This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I never talk about what happened to me in Wisconsin back in '92. I've tried therapy, medication, even hypnosis. Nothing helps. But maybe writing it down will. I need to get this out because I can't keep pretending it didn't happen, especially after what I saw on the news last week. I was 32 and my photography career was circling the drain. Wildlife photography had been my passion since college, but by '92, I was barely making rent on my crappy Philadelphia apartment. I'd been reduced to shooting pet portraits and the occasional wedding to stay afloat. My ex-wife had left 2 years earlier, tired of living with a failed artist, as she called me. Can't really blame her. When National Geographic offered me a 3-week assignment documenting rare warbler migrations in northern Wisconsin, I jumped at it. The pay wasn't great, but it was actual wildlife photography, and I desperately needed both the money and to feel like a real photographer again. They arranged a cabin rental in the Chequamegon National Forest, really remote, perfect for wildlife observation. No electricity, just propane lights and a wood stove. I packed my gear, my old Remington rifle, bears were common up there, and headed out. The drive from Philly took nearly 17 hours. I remember pulling up to the ranger station feeling exhausted but excited. The forest ranger, a weathered guy named Dave, seemed surprised anyone would want to stay out there alone. "Most folks prefer the cabins closer to town," he said, handing me a map with my cabin circled in red. "This one's pretty isolated. Nearest neighbor's about 8 miles away." I told him that was perfect for what I needed. He shrugged and gave me directions, along with a warning about the spring weather being unpredictable. I thanked him and drove another hour down increasingly rough dirt roads until I reached the cabin. It was smaller than I expected, just one room with a small kitchen area, a bed, a table, and a wood stove. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 yards away, but it had large windows perfect for observing the surrounding forest, and the isolation felt like exactly what I needed after years in the city. That first day, I settled in, unpacked my camera gear, and hiked around to get a feel for the area. The forest was dense and old, with towering pines and thick undergrowth. I spotted several warbler species right away and spent the afternoon photographing them. That night, I cooked a simple dinner on the propane stove, read by lamplight, and fell asleep to the peaceful sounds of the forest. The next few days followed a similar pattern. I'd wake at dawn, spend all day hiking and photographing birds, then return to the cabin at dusk. I was getting some great shots: Kirtland's warblers, Blackburnian warblers, even a rare golden-winged warbler. For the first time in years, I felt like a real photographer again. On the 5th night, everything changed. I woke around 2 a.m. to the sound of something moving outside the cabin. Not just random forest noises. These were deliberate footsteps circling the perimeter, heavy ones. At first I thought it might be a bear, but the pattern was wrong. Bears don't typically circle like that. Whatever it was seemed to be methodically checking the cabin, pausing at each window, then moving on. I grabbed my flashlight and the rifle and stayed perfectly still, listening. The footsteps completed one full circle around the cabin, then stopped right outside my door. I heard deep, heavy breathing, like nothing I'd ever heard before. Not a bear, not a wolf, not anything I recognized. Then something scraped against the door like claws dragging downward. I called out, "Hey, get out of here!" thinking it might be a bear and my voice would scare it off. The breathing stopped immediately. There was complete silence for maybe 30 seconds. Then, without any sound of retreating footsteps, whatever it was seemed to just disappear. I sat up the rest of the night with the rifle across my lap, jumping at every sound. When dawn finally came, I cautiously went outside to look around. What I found chilled me to the bone. Tracks circled the entire cabin, just like I'd heard. But they weren't bear tracks, or anything else I recognized, and I'd spent years photographing wildlife. They were huge, about the size of a large bear print, but the shape was all wrong. Each print had what looked like elongated toe marks ending in deep punctures where claws had dug into the soil. The claws were spaced wrong, curved unnaturally, and the stride length was massive, at least 6 feet between prints. Whatever made them was big, much bigger than a black bear. I spent that day nearby, not wanting to venture far from the cabin. I told myself it was probably just some unusual bear with deformed paws. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. Nothing about those tracks matched anything in my experience. That night, I barricaded the door with the table and kept the rifle loaded beside me. I dozed off around midnight, but woke again to those same footsteps. This time, they were accompanied by a sound I'll never forget, a low guttural noise that started as a growl but morphed into something that sounded almost like words. Not English, not anything human, but deliberate vocalizations with a rhythm to them. I grabbed the flashlight and, against my better judgment, looked out the window. For just a split second, I caught a glimpse of something massive moving between the trees about 20 yards away. It was tall, taller than a man, and moved with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. Then it was gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. By morning, I was seriously considering packing up and leaving, assignment be damned. But I needed the money, and I kept telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe it was some kind of forest person, a hermit or something. Maybe I was just scaring myself. I spent that day photographing birds near the cabin, constantly looking over my shoulder. I found more of those strange tracks, leading deeper into the forest, but didn't follow them. As dusk approached, a heavy sense of dread settled over me. I knew whatever it was would be back that night. I was right. Around 11 p.m. I heard it again, but this time it came directly to the cabin. No circling, no hesitation. Something heavy landed on the roof with a thud that shook the entire structure. I could hear it moving above me, the roof creaking under its weight. Then came that same guttural sound, but louder, right above my head. Panic took over. I grabbed the rifle, threw the table aside, and flung open the door. I don't know what I was thinking. I just couldn't stand being trapped in there another second. As soon as I stepped outside, I sensed movement to my right. I swung my flashlight toward it and finally saw the thing clearly. God, I wish I hadn't. It stood at the edge of the clearing, partially illuminated by my flashlight beam. 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in matted black fur that didn't look quite like hair, more like some kind of fibrous growth. Its limbs were wrong, too long, jointed in places they shouldn't be, like they'd been broken and healed badly multiple times. It stood on 2 legs, but not like a bear does, fully upright, but with a strange forward hunch to its posture. But it was the face that still haunts my nightmares. A grotesque blend of wolf and bear features, but wrong in a way that's hard to describe. The snout was too long, lined with teeth that didn't fit properly in its mouth. And the eyes, Christ, the eyes. They glowed slightly in my flashlight beam, reflecting back yellowish green, but with an intelligence that was unmistakably self-aware. Not animal awareness, something else. It was looking at me with recognition, with calculation. For maybe 3 seconds, we just stared at each other. Then it took a step toward me, and I fired the rifle purely on instinct. The shot hit it somewhere in the shoulder or chest. I saw black matter spray from the impact. It made a sound no animal should be capable of, a screeching howl that sounded almost like words again. Then it was gone, crashing into the underbrush with impossible speed for something so large. I ran back inside, barricaded the door again, and spent the night in the corner, rifle aimed at the entrance, jumping at every sound. By first light, I had packed my things, left the cabin key on the table, and was speeding down the dirt roads toward the ranger station. I told Dave some bullshit about a family emergency and left without even collecting final payment for the assignment. The drive back to Philadelphia is a blur. I remember stopping only for gas and coffee, pushing straight through. I was convinced that thing was somehow following me, that I'd see it in my rearview mirror at any moment. Back in Philly, I tried to convince myself it had been a bear with some kind of deformity, or maybe a wolf that had grown abnormally large. But I knew better. The intelligence in those eyes, the way it moved, those sounds it made, this wasn't any animal known to science. I gave up wildlife photography after that. Couldn't bring myself to go back into remote areas. I got a job at a commercial studio shooting product photos and tried to forget what happened. For years, I never told anyone. Who would believe me? Fast forward 10 years. It's 2002, and I'm flipping through channels one night when a news story catches my eye. 3 hikers had gone missing in the Chequamegon National Forest. The reporter mentioned it was the 5th disappearance in that area in the past 2 years. They showed a map, and I recognized the location, less than 5 miles from where my cabin had been. Something snapped in me. I needed answers. Maybe I needed to prove to myself I wasn't crazy. Whatever the reason, I found myself planning a return trip to Wisconsin. This time, I went prepared. Better rifle, motion-activated trail cameras, satellite phone. I told myself I was just going to set up the cameras and leave, maybe get some evidence of whatever was out there. I arrived in early October, stayed at a motel in the nearest town, and spent the first day just driving around, working up the courage to go back into the forest. Finally, on the second day, I parked at a trailhead about 3 miles from where my old cabin had been and hiked in. The forest felt different now, oppressive, watching. I set up trail cameras at intervals along the path, hands shaking the whole time. As I worked, I started noticing things, broken branches high up on trees, tufts of that same black fur caught on bark, and once, unmistakably, one of those distinctive tracks pressed into a muddy section of trail. I should have left then. God, why didn't I leave? Instead, I followed the signs. They led me to a ravine I didn't remember from my previous stay. At the bottom was a small stream, and across it, partially hidden by undergrowth, was the entrance to a cave. Standing there, looking at that dark opening, every instinct screamed at me to turn around. But I had to know. I had to see what was in there. I switched on my flashlight and entered. The cave narrowed quickly into a tunnel that sloped downward. The air inside was strange, warm and thick with a smell like rotting meat and something else, something chemical and alien. I followed the tunnel for maybe 50 yards before it opened into a larger chamber. What I saw there will never leave me. The chamber was filled with bizarre, cocoon-like structures attached to the walls and ceiling. They were about 6 feet long, semi-translucent, and seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Inside each one was a shape, vaguely human in some, but others were twisted, halfway between human and something else. Some had limbs that were elongated, joints forming in wrong places. Others had facial features that were stretching, morphing into muzzle-like protrusions. They were changing, being transformed. As I stood there, frozen in horror, I heard movement behind me. I turned to see not one, but 5 of the creatures entering the chamber from another tunnel. Among them was the one I'd shot years before. I could see the healed wound in its shoulder, a patch of missing fur and puckered flesh. They formed a semicircle blocking my exit. The one I'd shot moved forward, and then it did something I still can't fully process. It spoke. The sound wasn't like human speech. It came from a throat not designed for our language, deep and distorted, but the words were unmistakable. You return, the mark maker, the wound giver. I stood there, unable to move, unable to even process what was happening. It continued, we walked this earth long before your kind crawled out of the muck. We watched you spread like a disease. Now we adapt, we evolve, we prepare. It gestured toward the cocoons with one of its misshapen limbs. The next generation, the inheritors, better than us, better than you. When they emerge, they will reclaim what was always ours. I realized then what I was seeing. They were transforming humans into more of themselves, or something worse. The missing hikers, probably others no one had even reported missing yet. Something in me snapped. I raised the rifle and fired at the nearest cocoon. It burst open, spilling a foul-smelling fluid and its half-formed contents onto the cave floor. The creatures roared in unison, a sound that physical bodies shouldn't be able to produce. I kept firing, hitting more cocoons, then turned the rifle on them. Chaos erupted. They came at me with incredible speed. I dove toward a narrow tunnel to my right, firing blindly behind me. I heard one of them shriek in pain. The tunnel sloped upward and I scrambled through it, slipping on the damp stone, driven by pure adrenaline. Behind me, the cave seemed to be collapsing, whether from my shots or something the creatures did, I don't know. Rocks crashed down and dust filled the air. I kept moving, following the tunnel as it twisted upward, until suddenly I burst out into daylight on the other side of the ravine. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. When I finally stopped, the forest was quiet, except for my gasping breaths. I made it back to my car and drove straight out of Wisconsin without stopping, not even to retrieve my trail cameras. I moved to New York City after that, as far from wilderness as I could get. I've never set foot in a forest again. For years I told myself that maybe the cave collapse had killed them all, that it was over. But last week I saw another news report. More disappearances in the Chequamegon, but also in forests in Michigan, Minnesota, even as far as Maine. Always the same pattern. Hikers vanishing without a trace in remote areas. They survived. They're spreading. And whatever they're creating in those cocoons, whatever next generation that thing was talking about, it's coming. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe as a warning, maybe because I can't keep it inside anymore. All I know is that there are things in this world far older and more terrible than we can imagine. And they're watching us, waiting. They have a plan. And God help us when it finally unfolds. I never thought I'd put all this in writing, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been carrying it for too long. Maybe someone out here will believe me, though I doubt it. The authorities didn't. The search teams didn't. Hell, even I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't lived through it myself. I'm 85 now, and my hands shake as I type this. Not just from age, but from the memories. 5 years ago, I went back to those mountains. I shouldn't have, but I'm getting ahead of myself. It all started about 10 years ago. I was 75 then, retired from teaching American history at the high school in our small Virginia town for nearly 20 years. My Martha had been gone for 5 years by then. Pancreatic cancer, quick and brutal. After 47 years together, I was alone in our farmhouse with nothing but memories and too much silence. Hiking saved me, I think. I'd always been outdoorsy, but after Martha died, I took to the trails with a desperation I didn't fully understand. Something about the physical exertion and the quiet of the woods helped dull the ache. That's how I met Callum. He was 10 years younger than me, a retired park ranger with a bad knee and a worse sense of humor. We met on a trail maintenance day, got to talking, and started hiking together regularly. Callum was the adventurous type, always wanting to push further, find the places nobody else went. The real wilderness, he called it. That October, God, I remember it was a beautiful fall, he suggested we try a section near the Kentucky border. Remote, no established trails, just wilderness. Too old for that nonsense, I told him. But he wore me down, said a man my age needed adventures to keep his heart pumping. Besides, he'd said, grinning that gap-toothed smile of his, what's the worst that could happen? I think about that question every day now. We set out on a Friday morning, clear skies, mid-50s, perfect hiking weather. We parked Callum's old Subaru at an abandoned fire road and headed in with our packs. The first few hours were gorgeous. Fall colors at their peak, leaves crunching underfoot, hawks circling overhead. But by early afternoon, something felt off. I noticed it first in the bird song, or rather, the lack of it. The forest had gone silent except for our footfalls and breathing. No chittering squirrels, no woodpeckers, nothing. Even the wind seemed to have died away. You notice that? I asked Callum. He nodded, looking around. Probably just a hawk or something spooked them, but that silence lasted. An hour, then 2. I started feeling watched, that prickle on the back of your neck that tells you something's not right. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. We were deeper in the mountains than I'd ever been. The trees were old here, gnarled and massive. No sign of logging or human presence. Except, and this is where it started getting truly strange, we began noticing markings on some of the trees. At first I thought they were natural formations or maybe old trail blazes, but they weren't. They were deliberate, symbols carved into the bark, circles with jagged lines through them, like crude eyes. Look at this, I called to Callum, running my fingers over one. The carving felt fresh, the edges sharp. Probably just some hikers or hunters marking their way, he said, but he didn't sound convinced. We kept going, but I started counting the marked trees, 12 in 1 hour, all with variations of the same symbol. By late afternoon, I knew we were lost. Callum wouldn't admit it at first, kept checking his GPS, saying it was just acting up. But I could tell by the tightness around his eyes that he was worried. The terrain had grown rougher, the hillsides steeper, and the forest denser. The light was starting to fade when we topped a ridge and saw the cabin. It sat in a small clearing, gray and weathered, listing slightly to one side like it was tired of standing. No smoke from the chimney, no light in the single visible window. Maybe they've got a phone, Callum said hopefully. I didn't like it. Something about that cabin made my skin crawl, but night was coming and temperatures would drop. We needed shelter. As we approached, I noticed there were no paths leading to it, no woodpile, no signs of habitation, just this cabin in the middle of nowhere, like it had grown there. The door creaked when Callum pushed it open. Inside was a single room, dusty and cold. A stone fireplace on one wall, a crude table, 2 chairs. No electricity, no phone, of course. But what stopped us in our tracks were the walls. Every inch was covered with drawings, not normal drawings, symbols, pictographs, diagrams, all crowded together in a chaotic jumble. And that eye symbol was everywhere, repeated dozens of times in different sizes. Some were drawn in what looked like charcoal, others carved directly into the wood, and some, God help me, looked like they'd been painted in something dark and rusty that I didn't want to think about. "What the hell is all this?" Callum whispered, shining his flashlight across the walls. I shook my head, moving closer to examine them. There seemed to be a pattern, a sequence that repeated. Figures that might have been people, then the eye symbols, then these strange elongated shapes that didn't look quite human. "Some kind of backwoods cult, maybe?" I suggested, though it didn't feel right. These markings felt older somehow, ancient. "We shouldn't stay here," I said finally. Callum looked out the window at the darkening forest. "It's getting late, Don. We're better off here than out there. We'll leave at first light." I wanted to argue, but exhaustion was setting in. We reluctantly decided to stay, clearing a space in the center of the room, far from those disturbing walls. We ate a cold dinner. Neither of us wanted to risk a fire, and laid out our sleeping bags. I didn't expect to sleep, but I must have dozed off because I woke suddenly to Callum's hand on my shoulder. "Listen," he hissed. At first I heard nothing. Then it came, a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard before, a high, undulating cry that seemed to hover between a whistle and a scream. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. "What animal makes that noise?" I whispered. Callum shook his head. "Not one I've ever heard." We sat in tense silence, listening as the cry came again, closer this time. Then another answered from a different direction, and another. They were surrounding us. "Maybe it's coyotes," Callum suggested weakly. We both knew it wasn't coyotes. Then came a new sound, a scratching at the walls of the cabin. Soft at first, then more insistent, like claws, large ones, dragging across the wood. Callum switched on his flashlight, sweeping it around the room. The beam caught something in the far corner that hadn't been there before, something pale and glistening. I'll try to describe what I saw, though no words seem adequate. It was shaped roughly like a person, but wrong in every detail. Too tall, too thin, with arms that hung nearly to the floor, ending in hands with elongated fingers tipped with something like claws. Its skin was translucent, almost like you could see through it to shadowy organs beneath, and covered in markings similar to those on the walls. But its face, dear God, its face. Sunken eyes that reflected the flashlight beam like an animal's. A mouth that opened too wide, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. Callum screamed. I think I did too. The thing moved, not stepped, but glided somehow toward us. I grabbed my pack in one hand and Callum's arm with the other and yanked him toward the door. We burst outside into the darkness, not caring which direction we went, as long as it was away from that cabin. The forest was alive with those cries now, coming from all around us. We ran blindly, stumbling over roots and rocks. I could hear movement in the trees, glimpses of pale forms flitting between trunks. Their speed was impossible. 1 second nothing was there, the next they were yards closer, always just at the edge of vision. I don't know how long we ran. My lungs were burning, my old heart hammering dangerously. Then Callum fell. "Don!" he shouted, and I turned to see him on the ground, clutching his ankle. I started back toward him, but froze when I saw them emerging from the darkness behind him. 3 of those things, moving with that unnatural gliding motion. Callum saw my face and turned to look. His scream will haunt me until the day I die. "Run, Don!" he yelled as the creatures reached him. "Run!" God forgive me, I ran. I heard Callum's screams behind me, then a horrible wet sound, then silence. I kept running, branches slashing my face, my legs giving out repeatedly, only for terror to force me back up. I don't know how I found the highway, blind luck or divine intervention. I stumbled out onto the asphalt just as headlights appeared around a curve. I waved my arms frantically, and by some miracle, the pickup truck stopped. The driver was a young guy, probably thought I was drunk until he saw the blood and the wild look in my eyes. He took me to the nearest hospital, where I babbled my story to increasingly skeptical nurses, then doctors, then finally the sheriff's deputies who arrived. They organized a search party at first light. I couldn't go back. I was being treated for exhaustion, dehydration, and a mild heart attack. But they took my directions to where I thought the cabin was. They found Callum's Subaru, where we'd left it. They combed those woods for 5 days. They never found Callum. They found no cabin, no strange markings on trees, nothing. I was treated like a confused old man who'd wandered off and lost his friend. They suggested maybe Callum had fallen into a ravine or a sinkhole, or maybe he'd abandoned me for some reason. Their theory was that I'd hallucinated the rest due to stress and dehydration. I began to doubt myself. Maybe they were right. Maybe grief and age had finally broken my mind. For years, I tried to forget. I moved to a small apartment in town, stopped hiking, started seeing a therapist who helped me process my trauma. I almost convinced myself it had all been some kind of breakdown. Then the letter came. Dr. Elias Thornton introduced himself as an anthropologist specializing in Appalachian folklore from the university. He'd heard about my incident through a colleague who worked with the sheriff's department and wanted to meet. I almost threw the letter away. The last thing I needed was some academic treating me like a research subject. But something made me call him. We met at a coffee shop in town. Dr. Thornton was younger than I expected, maybe mid-40s, with intense eyes and a quiet manner. He listened without interrupting as I reluctantly told my story again. When I finished, instead of the usual looks of disbelief or pity, he opened his briefcase and took out a folder. "Mr. White," he said, "I believe you." He showed me photographs of cave paintings found in the region, dating back centuries before European settlement. They showed the same symbols I'd seen in the cabin, particularly that eye motif. He had accounts from settlers in the 1700s describing forest people who moved unnaturally fast and stole children from outlying farms. Reports from loggers in the 1920s who refused to work in certain areas after crews went missing. And more recently, hikers disappearing every few decades in that same region near the Kentucky border. The indigenous peoples called them the Old Ones, Dr. Thornton explained. They believed they lived in the mountains before humans arrived and considered those areas forbidden. For the first time in years, I felt vindicated, but also terrified all over again. Because if what I saw was real, then what happened to Callum was real too. Dr. Thornton wanted to mount a research expedition. He'd been studying these phenomena for years, but had never found someone who'd encountered the creatures and lived to tell about it. I refused at first. Nothing could make me go back to those mountains. Yet 5 years after Callum disappeared, there I was, hiking back into those same woods with Dr. Thornton, 2 of his graduate students, Ryan and Aisha, and a local guide named Ray, who claimed to know the area well. I told myself I was doing it for Callum, to find answers, maybe even to find his remains and give him a proper burial. But truthfully, I needed to know I wasn't crazy. The first 3 days were uneventful. We found nothing unusual, though I noticed Ray growing increasingly nervous as we pushed deeper into the wilderness. On the fourth night, we made camp in a small clearing. As darkness fell, I felt that familiar silence descend, the absence of natural forest sounds. "Do you notice that?" I asked, my voice tight. Dr. Thornton nodded, taking notes excitedly. Ryan and Aisha exchanged nervous glances. Ray stood abruptly. "We need to leave. Now." But it was already too late. That high, whistling cry echoed through the trees. Then another answered, and another. What followed was nightmare made real. They came from the darkness, just as I remembered, those pale, elongated forms moving with impossible speed. Ray fired his rifle, the shot deafeningly loud in the clearing. One of the creatures jerked but didn't fall. Then they were on us. I saw Ryan dragged screaming into the underbrush. Ray emptied his rifle before something tore his throat out in one swift motion. Dr. Thornton, Aisha, and I ran, the creatures pursuing us through the darkness. Somehow we made it until dawn, when they seemed to withdraw. We stumbled out of the forest the next day, half dead from exhaustion and terror. Again the authorities searched. Again they found nothing. No bodies, no evidence of the creatures. Ryan and Ray were listed as missing, presumed dead by misadventure. Dr. Thornton's academic career was ruined. Who would believe his wild tales of forest monsters? Aisha transferred to another university and refused to speak about what happened. And I moved again, this time to a coastal town where I could see the ocean stretching to the horizon. No forests, no mountains, just open space where nothing can hide. I still wake up screaming sometimes, hearing those cries, seeing Callum's face as he yelled for me to run. I've tried to make sense of what happened, to understand what those things are. Were they some undiscovered species? Something supernatural? I don't know. I only know they're real, they're out there, and they've been there longer than us. Dr. Thornton still sends me articles occasionally, strange disappearances in remote areas, unusual phenomena reported by hikers. The pattern continues, and sometimes, on very quiet nights, I swear I can hear that whistling cry, even with the ocean outside my window. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe because at 85, I won't be around much longer to carry this truth. Maybe you'll think I'm just a senile old man. But if you're ever hiking in those remote parts of the Appalachians and the forest goes silent around you, if you notice strange markings on the trees or feel watched by unseen eyes, get out. Get out as fast as you can, and pray they don't notice you, because they're still there, waiting in the darkness between the trees, and they're hungry. I still have trouble sleeping some nights. It's been 3 years since it happened, but every time I drive past that spot on Highway 2, I feel my hands tighten around the steering wheel. I've been with the Galatesu Tribal Department of Public Safety for almost 12 years now, and I've seen my share of accidents, domestic disputes, and even a few deaths. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for what I experienced that night in Kyle. For those who don't know, Kyle is a small town in South Dakota, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody, and the highlight of the week is Friday night high school football games. I was working the midnight shift that night in October. The air had that crisp fall chill to it, and the reservation was unusually quiet, just how I liked it. Around 1:30 a.m., I decided to head up to what we officers call the Hill, a spot that overlooks the town where we sometimes park to do paperwork or just take a mental break. It gives you a good vantage point of Kyle, and on clear nights, you can see the stars spread out overhead like you wouldn't believe. I parked my patrol expedition facing the town, killed the engine, but left the battery on so I could use the overhead light to catch up on some incident reports. The radio chattered occasionally with dispatcher updates, but nothing that needed my attention. This was standard procedure for me. I'd done it hundreds of times over the years. About 20 minutes into my paperwork, I got this weird feeling in the back of my neck. You know that sensation when you just know someone's staring at you? It was like that, but more intense. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I remember thinking how strange it was because I was completely alone up there. I tried to shake it off, focus on my reports. I'm not the jumpy type. You can't be in law enforcement. But this feeling wouldn't go away. It was like someone breathing down my neck, watching my every move. It kept getting stronger until I couldn't concentrate anymore. Finally, I looked up from my paperwork and checked my surroundings through the windshield. Nothing but darkness and the distant lights of Kyle. I glanced at my side mirrors, all clear on the passenger side. Then I checked my driver's side mirror. That's when I saw it. What looked like long hair flowing in the wind at the back of my Expedition. Just a glimpse of dark hair moving around the corner edge of my vehicle. My first thought was rational. Maybe it was a tree branch moving in the wind, except there weren't any trees nearby. Then I thought it might be someone sneaking up on my vehicle, maybe a drunk teen or someone looking to cause trouble. I rolled down my window to check if there was even any wind that could cause something to move like that. Dead still. Not even a breeze. A cold feeling washed over me as I looked back at the mirror. This time, I clearly saw what appeared to be a female figure peeking around from the back of my vehicle. She had long, dark hair that seemed to move despite the still air. But what really got me was her face. I recognized her. It took me a second, but then it hit me hard. It was Melissa White Eagle, the young woman who died in that accident on Highway 2 about 5 years back. I'd been one of the responding officers. She was only 22, a nursing student coming home from a late study session when she lost control at that dip in the road just west of town. Her car rolled several times. She was thrown from the vehicle, dead on impact. What made her accident stick with everyone was how random it was. No alcohol in her system, no drugs. Wasn't texting according to her phone records. Road conditions were fine. It was just one of those freak accidents that remind you how fragile life really is. Her family was devastated, of course. They put up one of those roadside crosses with flowers that gets refreshed every month. And now, somehow, she was looking at me from behind my patrol car. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. I hit the brakes instinctively, causing my red and blue lights to flash momentarily. The lights illuminated the area behind me, but there was nothing there, no person. But when I looked back at my mirror, she was still there, staring at me. Her face was exactly as I remembered it from the accident photos, except her skin was paler, almost blue-tinted in the dim light. I grabbed my radio and called for backup. My voice was shaking so bad I had to repeat myself. I told dispatch I had a possible suspicious person at my location and needed another unit. I didn't mention what I was really seeing. Who would believe me? While waiting for backup, I started my engine and turned on all my lights. I kept checking my mirrors, and each time she was still there. Sometimes just her hair and eyes peeking around the corner of my Expedition, sometimes more of her face visible. But always watching me, always staring. It felt like forever before my radio crackled with Officer Thompson responding that he was en route. Probably only 3 or 4 minutes in reality. I couldn't stay up there any longer. I put the car in drive and sped down the hill, probably faster than I should have. The rational part of my brain kept saying there couldn't be anyone hanging onto the back of my vehicle at that speed. But every time I checked my mirror, she was still there. Only now she wasn't just peeking. Her whole face was visible, pressed against the back window, her hands cupped around her eyes like she was trying to see inside. I made it to the department in record time. The station is just a small building, but at that moment, it looked like the most welcoming place on earth. I pulled into the lot and slammed the car into park. Officer Thompson pulled in right behind me. "What's going on, John?" he asked as he approached, hand resting cautiously on his holster. I couldn't tell him. Not the whole truth. "Thought I saw someone following me up on the hill," was all I managed to say. He walked around my vehicle, flashlight in hand. I stayed in the driver's seat, afraid of what we might find. Then I heard him call out, "Hey, come look at this." My legs felt like lead as I got out and walked to the back of my expedition. Thompson was pointing his flashlight at the back window and the corner panel. There, clearly visible in the dust and road grime that covered my unwashed patrol car, were fresh handprints. Small, feminine handprints. Exactly where someone's hands would be if they were peeking around from behind the vehicle. And on the back window, the marks of what looked like a face pressed against the glass, with two handprints on either side, just as I had seen in my mirror. Thompson looked at me, his face confused. "These fresh? Someone playing a prank on you?" I couldn't speak. The handprints were exactly where I'd seen her, and they were small, a woman's hands, not a man's. I just stood there staring at them while Thompson radioed in that everything was secure. As we went inside, Tom Bearclaw, one of our corrections officers who was working the overnight shift at the jail, took one look at my face and said, "You look like you've seen a ghost, John." The word ghost made me flinch. I must have looked worse than I thought because Tom got serious real quick. "What happened out there?" he asked. I don't know why, but I told him everything. I've known Tom since we were kids. His grandfather was a respected elder in the community, and Tom grew up learning all the old ways. If anyone would understand, it would be him. When I finished, Tom nodded slowly. He didn't look surprised or skeptical, which somehow made it worse. "The accident site is where the road dips, right? Quarter-mile west of town?" he asked. I nodded. "And they still got that memorial cross up?" I nodded again. "You need to see an elder," Tom said firmly. "Today, before your next shift. You need to be cleansed." Thompson, who had been listening, looked uncomfortable but didn't say anything. I could tell he thought we were both crazy, but he'd seen the handprints. He couldn't explain those away. I called in sick the next day and went to see Tom's grandfather, Edward Bearclaw. I'd met him at community events but never had much interaction with him. He lived in a small house on the edge of the reservation, surrounded by a garden of traditional medicinal plants. I felt awkward explaining everything to him, but like his grandson, he just listened without judgment. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "The young woman's spirit is restless," he finally said. "When someone dies suddenly, violently, sometimes they don't understand what's happened. They stay tethered to this world, especially if there's something binding them here." "Like the memorial?" I asked, remembering Tom's question. Edward nodded. "Those meant as tributes can sometimes act as anchors, keeping spirits from moving on. But there's more to it. She chose to show herself to you specifically." "But why me? I wasn't especially close to the case. I was just one of the responding officers. Perhaps you were kind in some way you don't remember. Or perhaps she feels you can help her. Spirits often seek out those who can assist them." He performed a smudging ceremony using sage and sweetgrass and gave me a small medicine pouch to keep with me. "This will provide protection," he said, "but it's not a permanent solution. Word travels fast in a small community like ours. Within days, everyone knew something had happened, though the details got twisted with each telling. Some heard I'd seen Melissa's ghost on the hill. Others thought I'd picked up a hitchhiker who disappeared from my car. A few even suggested I was working too hard and imagined the whole thing. About a week later, Melissa's family contacted me. Her mother and older brother wanted to meet. I agreed, though I was nervous about what to say. We met at the community center, and I was surprised when they thanked me. "We knew something wasn't right," her mother said. "Melissa was always so careful driving. That accident never made sense to us." Her brother explained that after hearing about my experience, they'd consulted with some elders in the community. "They told us the same thing Mr. Bearclaw told you. The memorial might be keeping her here when she should be moving on." They organized a ceremony at the accident site. Several elders, including Edward Bearclaw, conducted traditional rites to help guide Melissa's spirit to the next world. Afterward, the family removed the roadside memorial. I continued carrying the medicine pouch Edward gave me, and I never parked on the hill at night again. For months, I was jumpy during night shifts, constantly checking my mirrors. But I never saw her again. About 6 months after the ceremony, I was driving along Highway 2 near the accident site when my patrol car suddenly stalled. It was the middle of the day, and my car was practically new. No reason for it to just die like that. As I sat there trying to restart it, I felt a sudden cold spot inside the vehicle, like someone had opened a freezer door right next to me. Then, just as suddenly, the feeling passed, and my car started up again as if nothing had happened. As I pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for just a split second, I thought I saw someone standing by the side of the road where the memorial had been, a young woman with long dark hair. But when I blinked, there was nothing there. I don't know if what happened that day was Melissa saying goodbye or just my imagination playing tricks on me. All I know is that I've never experienced anything like that night on the hill again. The handprints that Thompson and I saw were real. We even took photos of them before washing my car. But no matter how many times I look at those photos, I still can't fully process what happened. I still drive past that spot on Highway 2 nearly every day. The memorial is gone now, just an empty stretch of highway that looks like any other. But I always slow down a little there, partly out of respect and partly out of a lingering uneasiness that I can't shake. Some of the other officers still bring it up sometimes, usually after a few beers at the end of a long shift. "Tell the ghost story, John," they'll say. Most of them don't really believe it, despite the evidence of the handprints. But they weren't there. They didn't see her face in the mirror. They didn't feel that bone-deep certainty that something from beyond our understanding had reached out and made contact. I never park on the hill anymore during night shifts. Some things you only need to experience once to learn your lesson. I don't know if Melissa's spirit has found peace, or if she's still out there somewhere on Highway 2. All I know is that ever since that night, I've looked at my job differently. Being a police officer means protecting people, but sometimes I wonder if that duty extends beyond the living. I write this not to convince anyone or to explain what can't be explained. I'm just putting it down because sometimes carrying a story like this alone gets too heavy. Believe it or not, that's your choice. But the next time you're driving a lonely stretch of highway at night and you get that feeling that you're not alone, check your mirrors carefully, and maybe don't look too long if you see something staring back. I've been putting off writing about this for months now because honestly I'm still not completely over it. Even sitting here typing this makes the hair on my arms stand up. I guess I'm hoping that sharing what happened might help me make sense of it, or at least I hadn't noticed anything. But after he mentioned it, there was this weird feeling I couldn't shake. like when you walk into a room right after people have been arguing, that lingering tension in the air. We tried to ignore it and went about our evening, but we both kept looking over our shoulders. After dinner, the rain picked up, and we decided to sit out on the balcony and watch the storm. Our cats, Beans and Mochi, were acting weird too, pacing around and meowing at empty corners of the room. Around 9:30, the power went out. Not unusual during storms, but the timing couldn't have been worse. We were sitting in the dark, listening to the rain, when we both heard it. The distinct sound of our front door opening and closing. Not slamming, just the normal creak it makes when you push it open, and then the soft thud when it catches. John grabbed his phone for the flashlight, and we went downstairs to check. The door was locked. All the windows were closed. We checked every room, every closet, even looked under the beds like a couple of scared kids. Nothing, but the feeling that someone was in the house with us wouldn't go away. We chalked it up to the old house settling and went back upstairs. I lit some candles, and we tried to relax, but the cats were still acting strange, staring at the hallway and hissing at nothing. Eventually, we decided to just go to bed early. I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every tap of a branch against the window had me wide awake. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I remember was jerking awake around 3 a.m. The power was back on, but that's not what woke me. Someone was calling the cats. It was this soft, psst, psst, psst sound, like when you're trying to get a cat's attention, followed by this muffled laughter. It sounded like it was coming from downstairs. I nudged John awake, and he heard it too. We sat there frozen, listening, when the sound changed to footsteps. Heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. John grabbed his baseball bat from beside the bed, and I was fumbling for my phone to call 911 when suddenly the footsteps stopped. Right outside our bedroom door, the doorknob started to turn slowly, and I swear my heart almost burst from my chest. The door creaked open, but there was nobody there. Just darkness. And then, I don't know how to explain this part without sounding crazy, but I swear on everything I love that we both saw it. In the doorway, not really there but somehow visible, was a figure that looked like Jesus on the cross, but wrong. The proportions were off, and the face, God. The face was twisted into this horrible smile, blood dripping from the crown of thorns onto a face that didn't look human at all. It spoke, and its voice was like a knife scraping metal. "Welcome home," it said, and then it laughed. Its mouth opened too wide, and its tongue, it wasn't a human tongue. It was long and forked and black, and then it was gone. We spent the rest of the night huddled together with the lights on, too terrified to sleep, too terrified to leave the room. When morning came, we checked the house again. Nothing was disturbed, the doors were still locked, but that feeling of something being off was stronger than ever. I called my mom that morning and tried to explain what happened without sounding completely insane. She immediately suggested we contact Father Miguel from her church. I wasn't sure if that was the answer. We weren't practicing Catholics anymore, but we were desperate. Father Miguel came that afternoon. He was this older guy with kind eyes who didn't question our experience at all. He just nodded and got to work, blessing the house room by room with holy water and prayers. He left us some blessed items, a crucifix, a rosary, and some holy water, and told us to call him if anything else happened. That night was quiet, too quiet. Even the normal sounds of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the clock in the hallway, seemed muted. We slept a little, but I kept waking up with this feeling of being watched. The next morning I went downstairs to make coffee, and almost dropped the pot when I saw the crucifix Father Miguel had left. It was upside down, and what looked like burn marks were around it on the wall. The holy water had turned cloudy and dark, and the rosary beads were scattered across the floor as if someone had ripped it apart. I called my mom again, crying this time. She suggested someone else, a woman named Maria, who lived on the res, who was known for dealing with spiritual problems. Some people called her a witch doctor, but my mom said she was just someone who knew the old ways. Maria came that afternoon. She was nothing like I expected, just a normal-looking woman in jeans and a sweater, with streaks of gray in her dark hair. She walked through our house slowly, touching things, closing her eyes now and then. When she got to our bedroom, she stopped. "Something new came into this house," she said. "Something you brought in recently. It created a doorway." We tried to think of anything new we'd bought, but nothing stood out. We'd been in the house for months, and this just started happening. Maria said she would try a cleansing, but that it might not be enough if we couldn't find what was letting this thing in. The cleansing seemed to help for a day or two. The house felt lighter, and we didn't hear any strange noises. But then, Tuesday night, it started again. The calling to the cats, the footsteps, but this time there were also scratching sounds in the walls, like something was trying to claw its way out. We saw more figures that night, twisted versions of saints and religious icons that I recognized from my childhood, but corrupted somehow. They didn't speak, just watched us with dead eyes that followed us around the room. By Wednesday, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept more than a couple hours in days, and John wasn't much better. We were both jumping at shadows and arguing over nothing. That's when John suggested we call his uncle, a medicine man who still practiced the traditional ways on the res. Uncle Ray came that evening. He was in his 70s, with a face weathered like old leather and eyes that seemed to see right through you. He brought sage and sweetgrass and other things I didn't recognize. As soon as he walked in, he stopped and looked around sharply. "This is bad," he said simply. "Very bad. Something old is here, something that doesn't belong." He asked us to show him anything new we'd brought into the house in the past month. We went through recent purchases, some throw pillows, a new coffee maker, books, nothing that seemed significant. Then I remembered the mirror. It was this beautiful, vintage-looking standing mirror I'd found at a department store on clearance. The salesperson said it had been returned, but there was nothing wrong with it. I'd bought it about 3 weeks before everything started happening and put it in our bedroom. As soon as I mentioned it, Uncle Ray's expression changed. He asked to see it immediately. When we got to the bedroom, he approached the mirror cautiously. He lit a bundle of sage and began waving the smoke toward the mirror, murmuring words in our native language that I didn't understand. What happened next still gives me nightmares. The smoke, instead of drifting naturally through the air, moved in a straight line directly toward the mirror. When it reached the glass, it stopped. Not gradually, but instantly, like it had hit a wall. It hung there, not moving, not dispersing, just suspended in front of the glass. Uncle Ray backed away slowly. "This is it," he said. "This is not a mirror anymore. It's a door. You need to get it out of your house now." We didn't question him. John and I grabbed the mirror, careful not to look into it, and carried it outside. Uncle Ray directed us to put it in the back of his truck. He said he would take care of it properly, that we couldn't just throw it away or give it to someone else. As soon as the mirror left our property, it was like a weight lifted. The air felt clearer, and that constant feeling of being watched disappeared. Uncle Ray performed a cleansing ceremony on the house and on us. explaining that the mirror had been used as a portal by something old and malevolent. He believed someone had used it in rituals they didn't understand and then gotten scared and returned it to the store. When you buy something like that, he told us, you're inviting whatever is attached to it into your home, and some things are just waiting for an invitation. He left us with instructions for keeping our home protected and urged us to reconnect with our traditional practices. These things recognize when you're disconnected from your spiritual roots, he said. It makes you vulnerable. That was almost 6 months ago. We haven't had any more experiences like that, thank God. We've been working with Uncle Ray to learn more about our traditional practices, and I have to admit, I feel more grounded now than I have in years. I still don't understand exactly what happened or what was coming through that mirror. Uncle Ray never told us what he did with it, just assured us it was taken care of. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, terrified that I'll see that twisted, bleeding figure in our doorway again. John says he has the same fear. The department store couldn't tell me anything about who returned the mirror before I bought it, just that it had been purchased and brought back within a week, no reason given. I often wonder about that person, if they experienced what we did, if they're okay. I guess the point of sharing all this is partly to warn people about bringing second-hand items into their homes, especially things like mirrors, but it's also about respecting traditions and spiritual practices, even if you don't fully understand or believe in them. There's wisdom in those old ways that I never appreciated before. And if you're reading this and have experienced something similar, know that you're not alone, and more importantly, know that it can be stopped. Sometimes the answer is as simple and as terrifying as finding the door you accidentally opened and closing it for good. I'm finally ready to talk about what happened on the res when I was 16. It's been nearly 30 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I've told a few people over the years, but they usually think I'm making it up or had too much to drink that night. Trust me, I wish that was the case. It was May 1993, and I'd come home to the reservation for the weekend. I was staying with my aunt in town during the school year. My parents wanted me to get a better education than what our small community school offered. Every few weekends, I'd catch a ride back to see my family and friends. That Friday started normal enough. My dad picked me up from the bus stop, and on the drive home, he seemed quieter than usual. When we got to the house, my cousin Jamie was there. He and my dad were both tribal police officers. They were sitting at our kitchen table drinking coffee when my dad finally said something weird was going on around the community. Darlene called the station 3 nights in a row, my dad said, referring to an elderly woman who lived about half a mile from us. Says someone's been knocking on her windows after dark. All of them, one after another. I remember rolling my eyes. Darlene was known for being jumpy, always complaining about something. Maybe it's just branches hitting the house, I suggested. Jamie shook his head. That's what we thought too. First night, I checked around her property. Nothing. Second night, your dad went out. Still nothing. But last night was different, my dad continued, his expression serious in a way that made me stop fidgeting with my backpack. Her neighbor Phil called too, said he saw who was doing it. So who was it? I asked, expecting to hear about some kid from school causing trouble. Jamie and my dad exchanged glances. Phil said it wasn't a person. Not exactly. My dad explained that Phil had been taking out garbage when he spotted something moving between the houses. At first, he thought it was a person, but there was something off about how it moved. Too quick, jerky, like watching someone on fast forward. When Phil called out, thinking it was kids messing around, the thing turned toward him. He said it looked like a shadow, just black, no features except for yellow eyes that reflected like an animal's, and teeth. Way too many teeth, like it was smiling at him, my dad said. Jamie added that after Phil yelled, the thing darted away unnaturally fast, hiding behind trees but constantly revealing itself with what Phil described as a horrifying smile. I laughed nervously. So what? Phil was drunk? Phil doesn't drink, my dad said flatly, and he's not the only one who's seen it. They told me about Mary Littlefoot, who'd seen the same thing watching her from the trees while she was taking out trash. Reflective eyes about 5 feet off the ground, and the Johnsons, who were driving back from the town store at night and saw it standing in the middle of the road, just smiling as they drove past. They said it didn't move, didn't try to get out of the way, just stood there with that grin. I was trying to act cool, but honestly, a chill ran through me. I've grown up with stories. Our people have always had legends about spirits and creatures in the woods, but this felt different. This was happening now to people I knew. Just be careful this weekend, my dad said finally. Don't go wandering around after dark. I nodded, but I was already thinking about Sarah's party that night. Her parents had a cabin about 20 minutes from the main part of the reservation, and a bunch of us were getting together. I wasn't going to miss it. I hadn't seen my friends in weeks. When I mentioned the party, my dad frowned, but didn't forbid me from going. He just made me promise to stay with people and come home by midnight. I agreed, relieved he wasn't making a bigger deal about it. Sarah's older brother picked me and 2 other friends up around 7 p.m. The sun was still up as we drove out to their cabin, which sat on a couple acres backing onto dense woods. It was a nice place, 2 stories with a wraparound porch. About 15 people were already there when we arrived, music playing, everyone hanging out. For the first hour or so, everything was normal. We played cards, caught up on reservation gossip, shared stories about school. Then someone brought up the weird sightings. My dad said there's something out in the woods, Ricky said, lowering his voice dramatically. Some kind of spirit. Everyone had heard something, different versions of the same story, a shadow figure, unnaturally fast, watching people. My grandmother says it's because of that ceremony, Lisa chimed in. We all turned to look at her. Lisa's grandmother was one of the respected elders. What ceremony? Someone asked. Lisa explained that a group of younger people had performed a shaking tent ceremony a few weeks back. It's a sacred ritual that's only supposed to be done by certain people with proper training, and only during desperate times to communicate with spirits for guidance. These kids had done it after watching a documentary about our traditions, thinking it would be cool to try. My grandmother says they opened something that shouldn't have been opened, Lisa said solemnly. Let something cross over that doesn't belong here. A heavy silence fell over the room. Outside, the sun had set, and the woods beyond the porch had turned into a wall of darkness. That's bullshit, Marcus finally said, breaking the tension. Just stories to scare us. But even as he said it, I noticed he glanced nervously at the windows. We tried to change the subject, turning the music up louder, but there was a weird energy now. I kept catching myself looking out the windows, expecting to see something looking back. Around 10 p.m., Sarah went to grab more sodas from the porch cooler and froze in the doorway. Guys, she said, her voice tight, the rocking chair is moving. We crowded around the door. Sure enough, the wooden rocking chair on the far end of the porch was gently swaying back and forth. There was no strong wind, just a slight breeze that definitely wasn't enough to move a heavy wooden chair. "Probably just uneven porch boards," Marcus said, but he didn't sound convinced. We watched for nearly a minute before Sarah's brother turned on the porch light. The chair stopped moving immediately. We laughed nervously and went back inside, closing the door firmly behind us. But something had shifted. Everyone was on edge now. About 20 minutes later, Amber, who'd been sitting near the window, suddenly gasped and jumped away. "There's someone on the porch," she whispered, her face pale. "What do you mean?" Sarah's brother demanded, moving toward the window. "In the rocking chair," Amber said. "I saw it, just for a second when the light caught it right. It looked like a shadow sitting there, but it was smiling at me." No one moved for a second. Then Marcus, always trying to be the tough guy, grabbed a flashlight. "I'm going out there," he announced. "You're all being babies." Before anyone could stop him, he yanked open the door and stomped onto the porch. We crowded around the doorway, watching as he swept the flashlight beam across the empty rocking chair, then around the porch. "See? Nothing," he called back, his voice carrying a slight tremor despite his bravado. That's when we all saw it. At the edge of the flashlight beam, just where the light faded into the darkness between the trees about 50 feet from the house, a pair of yellow reflective eyes, about 5 feet off the ground. As Marcus's light passed over it, we caught a glimpse of that awful smile, too wide for any human face, filled with pointed teeth. Marcus saw it too. He froze, the flashlight beam jerking back, but the shape had already darted deeper into the trees, unnaturally fast. "Holy shit," Marcus whispered. "Get back inside," Sarah's brother shouted. Marcus ran back onto the porch, but before coming inside, he shone his light toward the trees again. The thing was still there, further back now, but still watching, still smiling. When Marcus slammed the door behind him, his face was ash-gray. "You all saw that, right?" We nodded silently, a collective chill running through the room. "That's Kukai," Lisa whispered. Kukai was our word for monster. "We need to leave," someone said, and suddenly everyone was gathering their things, pulling on jackets, fumbling for car keys. That's when the knocking started. At first it was just a gentle tap on the living room window, then another at the kitchen window, then the upstairs bathroom. Within seconds, there was knocking all around the house, every window one after another, in a pattern that would have been impossible for a single person to create. "It's circling the house," Sarah's brother said, his voice strangled. We huddled in the center of the living room, terrified to look out any of the windows. The knocking continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes before suddenly stopping. The silence that followed was almost worse. "I'm calling my dad," I said, reaching for the landline phone on the wall. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. When my dad answered, I tried to keep my voice steady as I explained what was happening. I heard him talking to Jamie in the background before he came back on the line. "We're on our way," he said. "Stay inside, keep the doors locked. We'll be there in 15 minutes. Those 15 minutes were the longest of my life. We stayed in a tight group in the living room, jumping at every creak of the house settling. When headlights finally swept across the windows, we nearly cried with relief. My dad and Jamie arrived with 2 other tribal officers. They did a sweep of the property with flashlights while we watched from the windows. "Nothing out here now," my dad reported when they came back inside, "but we'll escort everyone home." As people started filing out to the cars, Jamie pulled me aside. "Did you actually see it?" he asked quietly. I nodded. "By the tree line. It had those eyes like you said. And the smile, I shuddered, unable to describe how wrong that smile had looked. Jamie's expression was grave. Whatever this thing is, it's been getting closer to people each night. They organized a caravan with a police vehicle leading and another following behind the cars with teenagers. Sarah and her brother stayed behind to lock up the cabin. As we were pulling away, I looked back through the rear window. I swear I saw those reflective eyes watching from the edge of the property, following the car Marcus was in. The next morning, the reservation was buzzing with news. Sarah's brother had gone back into the cabin after everyone left to grab a forgotten jacket. He claimed the entity, the Kukai, had been standing in the living room waiting for him. He'd run out without the jacket and hadn't returned to the cabin since. For the next few days, sightings continued across the reservation, always at night, always with the same description. A shadow figure with reflective eyes and that terrible smile. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the sightings on our reservation stopped. A week later, we heard that communities further north were reporting similar experiences. It was like the spirit was traveling. I went back to my aunt's place in town after that weekend, and I've never been so grateful for streetlights and neighbors close by. Every time I visited the reservation that summer, people were still talking about it in hushed voices. The elders performed cleansing ceremonies. The younger people who'd done the unauthorized shaking tent ritual came forward and apologized to the community. The last I heard about the Kukai was in 2018 when I visited my parents. They said there hadn't been any more sightings in our area since that summer, but occasionally they'd hear stories from other reserves further north or west, always the same description, always appearing for a week or two before moving on. I still don't know what we saw that night. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was mass hysteria, that we scared ourselves with stories until we saw something that wasn't there. But then I remember those eyes, that smile, and the way it moved. Too fast, too jerky, like something trying to mimic human movement but not quite getting it right. Whatever crossed over that night has never gone back, as far as I know. And sometimes, when I'm driving on dark roads and pass a stretch of forest, I still find myself scanning the tree line, afraid I'll see those yellow eyes watching me, and that terrible smile that's way too wide, filled with way too many teeth. I've spent 2 decades hunting things that go bump in the night. And no, I'm not talking about your run-of-the-mill pest control. I mean the real deal, the stuff that makes even seasoned hunters wake up in cold sweats. I started off small, dealing with squirrels in attics and raccoons in chimneys. But over time, my reputation spread through certain circles, and the calls started getting different. My first unusual job was a haunted porcelain doll that kept returning to a family's living room, no matter how many times they threw it away. Easy fix, salt, sage, and a blowtorch in an abandoned quarry. Then there was the Sasquatch that had taken up residence in an old mining tunnel in Colorado. That one nearly cost me my left arm, but I managed to chase it deeper into the mountains. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, compares to what I've been dealing with these past few years. They're moving south, coming down from the forests of Upper Washington, Oregon, and the Canadian wilderness. The natives up there have stories about them going back centuries. Later, lumberjacks in the 1800s reported encounters. They call themselves different things, but I know them as the hide behind. I first heard about them from an old hunter in Montana about 15 years ago. Thought he was just sharing campfire stories to spook the new guy. I wish to God he had been. The hide behind is exactly what its name suggests. It hides behind things, trees, rocks, furniture, doorways, anything it can use to conceal itself. And when you spot it, when you make that fatal mistake of locking eyes with it, it becomes fixated on you. The descriptions vary wildly. Some say they look like a cross between a bear and a mountain lion. Others describe them as impossibly tall, skeletal old women with arms that hang down past their knees. My personal theory is that they're shapeshifters, changing their appearance to whatever might intrigue their prey enough to approach. Last week, I got a call from a guy named Tim who lived in a small town just outside Portland. He was frantic, talking about some demonic entity that had been appearing in his house for the past 3 days. I usually screen these calls pretty thoroughly. You get a lot of people who are just dealing with carbon monoxide poisoning or some undiagnosed mental health issue. But something in Tim's voice made me take the 2-hour drive to his place. Tim lived in one of those cookie-cutter suburban developments that popped up in the early 2000s. Nice enough place, backed right up against a dense stretch of forest that hadn't been developed yet. Right away, that set off alarm bells. The closer we build to their territory, the more bold they get. Tim was a mess when I arrived. Hadn't slept in days, eyes bloodshot, hands shaking as he poured himself another cup of coffee. He told me it had started with what he thought was a bear looking through his screen door. He'd been watching TV late at night when he felt something watching him. When he turned, he saw what looked like a bear's face pressed against the mesh, but something about the eyes wasn't right. They were too aware. It didn't move like a bear either, Tim said, pacing around his kitchen. It was standing on 2 legs, perfectly still. When I got up to check, it was gone. No tracks, nothing. The next night, Tim woke up around 3 a.m. with that same feeling of being watched. He said he rolled over and saw a woman standing in his bedroom doorway. Not a normal woman. Her proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, neck too thin. She was just staring at him. He reached for his phone to call 911, and when he looked back, she was gone. I searched the whole house, he said. Doors still locked, windows still closed. Nothing was disturbed. By the 3rd night, Tim was seeing her everywhere. Just glimpses, a face peeking around a corner, fingers curling around a door frame, then gone the second he tried to get a better look. I walked through the house, checking all the usual signs. No forced entry, no strange smells, no cold spots. But there was something off about the place, a heaviness in the air, like the whole house was holding its breath. And every so often I'd get that prickling sensation on the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. I've been doing this long enough to trust my instincts. This was a hide behind, no doubt about it. And not just any hide behind. This was an old one. The younger ones are clumsy, make mistakes. This one had been stalking Tim methodically, letting itself be seen just enough to wear him down mentally before it made its move. "Tim," I said, sitting him down at the kitchen table, "I need you to listen very carefully. What you're dealing with is something called a hide behind. It's extremely dangerous, and it's already fixated on you." "So it is real?" Tim asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Very real. And I need to be straight with you. There's no way to kill it. At least, no way that I or anyone else has discovered. These things have been around longer than we have." I laid out his options. Option 1, leave. Abandon the house completely for at least a year. The hide behind would eventually lose interest if its prey disappeared long enough. Option 2 was more drastic. Burn the place down. Fire seems to be one of the few things they genuinely fear, though it won't kill them. Tim looked at me like I was insane. I'm not burning down my house, and I can't just leave. I sank everything I had into this place. I've heard this response more times than I can count. People never want to believe that their home, their sanctuary, can become their tomb. They don't understand that some things can't be fought with conventional means. "What about shooting it?" Tim asked, a desperate edge to his voice. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a .45. "I'm a good shot. If I see it again—" "Put that away," I said sharply. "Bullets don't work on these things. They're not entirely physical, not in the way we understand it." But Tim had that look in his eyes, the one that told me he wasn't going to listen. Too many action movies, too much confidence in humanity's place at the top of the food chain. "Fine," I said, standing up. "If you won't leave and you won't burn it, here's what's going to happen. Tonight, you're going to feel watched again. You'll grab that gun and start checking the house. You'll never find it, because it'll always be right behind you, moving when you move. And in 2 days, you'll be dead." I left my card on the table. "If you change your mind, call me, day or night, but make it within the next 48 hours. Tim didn't call. I waited exactly 2 days, then drove back to his house. I knew what I'd find, but I had to be sure. I had to see it for myself. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the house was eerily quiet. No TV, no coffee maker, no sound of running water. Just silence and the smell. Christ, the smell, like wet copper and spoiled meat. I found what was left of Tim scattered throughout the house. A hide behind doesn't just kill you, it plays with you, like a cat with a mouse. I won't describe what I saw in detail. I've seen a lot of death in my time, but this was something else entirely. I did what Tim should have done from the beginning. I doused the place in gasoline and set it alight. Stood there in the driveway and watched it burn, making sure nothing escaped. It wouldn't kill the hide behind, but it would force it to move on, to find a new hunting ground. As I was driving away, movement in the tree line caught my eye. A young boy, maybe 10 or 11, standing at the edge of the forest. Our eyes met for just a second before he ducked behind a tree that was far too thin to conceal someone his size. But he was gone all the same. The hide behind had already found a new form. It would be hunting again soon. I've seen a lot of strange and terrible things in my 20 years doing this job. I've been scratched, bitten, burned, and thrown downstairs by things that shouldn't exist. But the hide behind, it's in a class all its own. It doesn't just kill you, it savors your fear first. It wants you terrified, isolated, questioning your own sanity before it finally makes its move. So I'm writing this as a warning. If you ever get that feeling of being watched, that prickling sensation on the back of your neck that you can't explain, don't ignore it. If you start seeing things out of the corner of your eye, a face peeking around a door frame, a figure ducking behind a tree that's too thin to hide someone, don't try to investigate. Call someone who cares about you. Tell them you love them, because the hide behind is already standing directly behind you, matching your movements perfectly, waiting for the moment you let your guard down. And if you're really unlucky, you might just catch a glimpse of it in a mirror or a window reflection. But by then, it'll be too late. It will have already seen that you've seen it, and once that happens, the hunt is on. I've tried to document every encounter, every detail about these creatures that might help someone else survive. But the truth is, once a hide behind has chosen you, your options are limited. Run and hope it finds easier prey, or stand and fight, knowing you'll almost certainly lose. As for Tim, his family was told it was a house fire caused by faulty wiring. The remains were cremated in a closed casket service. I attended from a distance, scanning the crowd, looking for a face that didn't belong. I didn't see anything suspicious, but that doesn't mean it wasn't there. These things are patient. They can wait years if necessary. I sometimes wonder if writing this down is a mistake, if maybe knowledge of their existence is what draws their attention. But people need to be warned, especially as they continue to move south into more populated areas. So check your doors, check your windows, but most importantly, check the spaces just behind you, the corners you can't quite see into, because that's where they'll be waiting. And if you ever feel that unmistakable sensation of being watched while you're alone in your home, don't turn around, just run. I've been sitting on this story for almost 2 years. I don't talk about it, not even with my therapist, because I know what it sounds like. But I need to get this out somewhere, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I don't know. I was 22, finishing my junior year at Boise State, and everything in my life had completely fallen apart. My Aunt Ellen, my last living relative who'd raised me since I was 8 after my parents died in a car accident, had just lost her battle with lung cancer. The medical bills had drained what little savings we had. I was failing 3 classes, about to lose my scholarship, and my girlfriend of 3 years had left me the month before. I was done. Completely fucking done. I emptied my bank account, a whopping $237, packed up my tent, sleeping bag, some granola bars, water bottles, and my uncle's hunting rifle into my piece of shit 2003 Honda Civic. I didn't leave a note. Who would read it anyway? The plan was simple. Drive to Sawtooth National Forest, hike a few miles in, and end things where no day hikers would stumble across me right away. I figured the animals would take care of most of it before anyone found what was left. On the way, I stopped at a Walmart outside of Stanley to grab some extra supplies, batteries for my flashlight, a couple cans of beans, stuff like that. I wasn't thinking clearly. Why did I need extra food? Force of habit, I guess. While I was standing in line, I noticed a missing person poster taped to the community board near the registers. Young woman, early 20s, blonde hair, blue eyes. Name was Janine Miller. She'd disappeared while hiking about 3 weeks earlier. I remember thinking it was sad, but also thinking how her family would at least have the closure of wondering what happened to her. Mine wouldn't even have to wonder. I parked at a trailhead around 3 p.m. There were a couple other cars there, but the trail I chose wasn't popular. It was unmarked, just a game trail, really, and I figured it would take me deep enough into the woods that no one would hear the shot. I hiked for about 2 hours, my mind completely blank. Weird how calm I felt, like I was sleepwalking. Eventually, I found a small clearing about 50 yards off the trail where a fallen tree created a natural windbreak. Good spot as any. I started setting up my tent, not rushing. I was securing the rainfly when I noticed something move in the trees at the edge of the clearing. Something big. When I turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there, just the wind in the pines maybe. But when I turned back to the tent, I saw it again in my peripheral vision. A dark shape moving between the trees. "Hello?" I called out. Nothing. I figured it was probably a deer or maybe an elk. I'd been hiking pretty quietly, so it made sense I might have startled something. Still, I pulled my rifle out of its case. It was a Remington 700 bolt action with a scope. I loaded it with a single round, which was all I thought I'd need. As the sun started to set, the temperature dropped fast. That's how it is in the Idaho mountains, even in late May. I built a small fire and heated up a can of beans. I wasn't hungry, but again, force of habit. As I sat there eating, I noticed a smell. At first, I thought maybe an animal had died nearby. but it was different. It smelled like blood, but mixed with something else, something rotten. I was starting to get nervous. The woods felt different than they had on previous camping trips. Heavier somehow. Too quiet. That's when I heard it. A voice, far away, almost like it was coming through an old AM radio with bad reception. "Fuck you." It was my voice, the same words I'd muttered to myself when I'd dropped the can opener earlier, but distorted, scratchy. I jumped to my feet, rifle in hand. "Who's there?" Nothing but silence. I convinced myself I was imagining things. Stress, lack of sleep. The woods play tricks on your mind when you're alone. I crawled into my sleeping bag around 10 p.m., rifle right next to me. I didn't think I'd sleep at all, but the next thing I knew, I was waking up to complete darkness. My fire had died out. The wind had picked up, making the tent walls flutter. Something felt wrong. I laid there frozen, afraid to move. That's when I realized I could see a silhouette at the foot of my sleeping bag. A tall, thick figure standing perfectly still, its arms hanging down to what would have been its knees if it had been human. The hands, or whatever they were, looked enormous, with what appeared to be long, curved fingers or claws. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching me. I slowly reached for my rifle, trying not to make any sudden movements. As soon as my hand touched the cold barrel, the figure tilted its head like a dog confused by a sound. I don't know what came over me, but I lunged for the rifle, chambered the round, and fired in one motion. The muzzle flash temporarily blinded me, and the shot was deafening in the confined space of the tent. When my eyes adjusted, the figure was gone. There was no hole in my tent where a bullet would have exited. Nothing. Just empty space where it had been standing. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely unzip the tent. I scrambled outside, rifle ready, sweeping it back and forth across the clearing. There was nothing there. "Hello? Are you okay?" The voice came from the trees to my right, a woman's voice. "I heard a shot. Are you all right?" she called again. I pointed my rifle toward the voice. "Who's there? Show yourself." "Take it easy," she said. "My name's Jan. We're camping nearby and heard the shot. Everything okay?" Jan. Like Janine from the poster? My mind was racing. "I'm fine," I called back. "Just thought I saw something." "Like what?" Another voice. A man this time. "I don't know. Probably nothing." I still had my rifle raised. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, and I could make out a figure approaching slowly from the trees. A guy, maybe in his 30s, wearing a flannel jacket and jeans. He had a revolver in his other hand, pointed at the ground. "Easy with that rifle, buddy," he said. "I'm Jim. We got a little camp about a quarter mile that way. Heard your shot and came to check." I lowered my rifle slightly. "Sorry. Thought I saw something in my tent." Jim nodded, looking around nervously. "Yeah, these woods get to you sometimes. Listen, why don't you pack up and come join us? We got a fire going, some beers. Better than being out here alone." Any other time, I would have said no. But after what I'd just seen, or thought I'd seen, the idea of being around other people sounded good, even if I was just delaying the inevitable. I grabbed my backpack and rifle, leaving the tent behind. I could always come back for it tomorrow. Jim led me through the woods, the beam of his flashlight bouncing off the trees. "So what brings you out here all alone?" he asked. "Just needed to get away," I said. I wasn't about to tell him my real reason. "I hear that. That's why we come out here too. Get away from all the bullshit." As we approached their camp, I could see a large fire burning in a ring of stones. There were several tents set up in a rough circle, and 6 people sitting around the fire on logs and camp chairs. "Found him," Jim announced. "This is, actually, I didn't catch your name." David, I said. Not my real name, but it was the first thing that came to mind. David here had a little scare at his campsite, Jim continued. Thought he saw something in his tent. The others introduced themselves. There was Jan, a woman in her late 20s with short brown hair. Mike and Lisa, a couple about my age. Tom, an older guy with a gray beard. And Sarah and Kyle, another couple who looked like they were in their early 30s. They made room for me by the fire, and Kyle handed me a beer. They seemed normal enough, just a group of friends on a camping trip, but something felt off. I counted again. Jim had said there were 7 of them, but including Jim, I counted 8 people around the fire. The 8th person was sitting slightly apart from the others, a young woman with blonde hair. She wasn't talking, just staring into the fire. As I watched her, she slowly turned her head and looked directly at me. Even in the firelight, I could see her eyes were blue. She looked exactly like the missing girl from the poster at Walmart. My blood ran cold. I glanced at Jim, who was talking to Mike about fishing or something. Did he not realize there was an extra person in their group? Or was I losing my mind? The woman, Janine, kept staring at me. Her expression was blank, but there was something not right about her eyes. They reflected the firelight in a way that made them seem to glow from within. Jim, I said quietly, nodding toward her. Who's that? Jim looked where I was pointing, then back at me with confusion. Then his expression changed to one of alarm. He slowly reached for his revolver. "Nobody move," he said, raising the gun toward the blonde woman. The woman's head snapped toward Jim, and her face, Jesus, her face changed. Her jaw seemed to unhinge, stretching way too wide, and her eyes sunk deeper into her skull. Then she was gone, not running away. 1 second she was there, the next she wasn't. But I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of the firelight, something pale moving with incredible speed into the darkness. "What the fuck was that?" I shouted, jumping to my feet. "Everybody stay close to the fire," Jim ordered, his voice shaking. "Tom, get the shotgun from my tent." "What's happening?" Lisa was crying now. "Jim, what was that?" "I don't know," Jim said, "but it's been following us for 2 days. It looks different each time." We huddled closer to the fire, everyone back to back, facing outward into the darkness. Tom returned with a shotgun and handed it to Jim, who gave me his revolver since I already had a rifle. "It mimics," Jan said quietly. "We heard it the first night. It sounded like Kyle calling for help from the woods, but Kyle was right next to us in the tent." "Jesus," I whispered. We fell silent, listening. The forest was unnaturally quiet. No insects, no night birds, nothing. Then, from somewhere in the darkness, "David." It was my voice again, exactly how I'd introduced myself earlier. "Don't answer it," Jim hissed. "Don't engage. David, help me." My voice again, but desperate now, pleading. Then a chorus of voices, all mimicking people around the fire. "Help us! Help us! Help us!" The voices got louder, more distorted, until they didn't even sound human anymore. Just a cacophony of shrieks and wails that made my skin crawl. Then silence again. "It's toying with us," Tom said, his voice barely audible. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, jumping at every sound, every shadow movement at the edge of our vision. The fire was dying down, and no one wanted to leave the circle to get more wood. Around 3 a.m., it attacked. It came from behind me. I heard Lisa scream and turned to see something dragging Kyle into the darkness by his leg. It moved so fast I could barely see it, just a tall, dark shape with impossibly long arms. Kyle was screaming, clawing at the ground. Jim fired the shotgun but missed. I ran after them without thinking, my rifle raised. The thing had dragged Kyle about 20 yards into the trees. I could see it more clearly now in the moonlight. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with a body that seemed too thin to be alive. Its skin was a pale grayish white, like a corpse that had been in water. Those arms, they were the worst part. Too long, too many joints, ending in hands with fingers like curved knives. It had Kyle by the ankle and was pulling him toward a dense patch of pines. I raised my rifle and fired. The thing jerked but didn't let go. I chambered another round, moved closer, and fired again. This time it released Kyle and turned toward me. Its face, I still have nightmares about that face. It was like someone had taken human features and stretched them over a skull that wasn't human at all. The eyes were deep-set and completely black, but somehow they reflected light like an animal's eyes at night. It made a sound I can't describe, like metal scraping against metal, mixed with something like a laugh. I had 1 round left. I raised the rifle again, but it moved sideways with unnatural speed, disappearing behind a tree. I heard it moving, circling around me. Kyle was whimpering on the ground. "Get back to camp," I told him, keeping my voice low. "Go now." He scrambled to his feet and limped back toward the firelight. I started backing up slowly, trying to keep my eyes on every direction at once. Something brushed against my back and I spun around, but there was nothing there. Then I felt hot breath on my neck. I don't know what came over me. Instead of firing my last round, I swung the rifle around like a club, the bayonet lug catching on something solid. There was that metal screech again, and I felt the bayonet sink into something that gave way like rotten meat. The thing recoiled, moving back into the trees about 20 yards away. It crouched there, watching me. Those eyes, they weren't just looking at me. They were seeing inside me somehow, like it knew why I had come to these woods, like it knew what I had planned to do. I backed away slowly, rifle still raised, until I reached the edge of the camp. The others pulled me into the circle. Kyle's ankle was badly cut but not broken. We stayed awake the rest of the night, keeping the fire as bright as possible. The thing kept circling our camp, sometimes mimicking our voices, sometimes making those horrible metallic sounds. Once, it mimicked the sound of my rifle firing so perfectly that we all ducked. When dawn finally came, we packed up as quickly as possible and headed for the trail. I tried to tell them I was staying, that I had come out here for a reason, but Jim and Tom practically dragged me along with them. "Whatever that thing is," Jim said, "it wants you most of all. I saw how it looked at you." We made it back to the trailhead without incident. As we reached our vehicles, Jan asked me where I was parked. "The blue Civic," I said, pointing. Jan and Jim exchanged looks. "David," Jan said gently, "why did you bring a rifle with just 3 bullets on a camping trip?" I couldn't answer. I just stood there, the morning sun suddenly feeling cold on my skin. "You're coming with us," Jim said. It wasn't a question. "We'll get Kyle's ankle looked at, then figure things out." I thought about arguing, about telling them to mind their own business, but something had changed in me. That thing in the woods, it could have killed me a dozen times over, but it didn't. Instead, it put me in a position where others needed my help, where I had no choice but to fight to live. That was 2 years ago. I still don't know what we encountered in those woods. I never went back for my tent. Sometimes I think about those black eyes, how they seemed to know me, how that thing seemed determined to stop me from doing what I'd gone there to do. I don't know why I'm alive when so many others aren't, but I'm trying to make it count. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that night. It's been 4 months, but the memories are as fresh as if it happened yesterday. I've been hesitant to share this, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help me make sense of what happened, though I doubt anything will ever truly explain what we encountered. My husband, Francisco, and I were taking our kids, Miguel, 8, and Lucia, 6, to visit his parents in a small pueblo called San Mateo, about 3 hours south of Mexico City. We'd made the trip dozens of times before without incident. Francisco grew up there, and even though he'd moved away 20 years ago to the city where we met, his parents and many relatives still lived in that tiny village. That morning started normally enough. We packed the car, loaded the kids with their tablets and snacks, and headed out around noon. The plan was to arrive before sunset, have dinner with his parents, and spend the weekend there. Francisco had received a call early that morning, which I didn't think much of until later, but I noticed he seemed distracted as we drove. "Everything okay?" I asked about an hour into the trip. "Yeah, fine," he said, but I could tell something was bothering him. Francisco isn't great at hiding his emotions. His forehead gets these little creases when he's worried. The drive was scenic as always, rolling hills, farms, the occasional small town. We stopped for lunch at a roadside taqueria we always visit, where the kids got to run around a bit. Everything was normal until we reached the turnoff to the main road that leads directly to San Mateo. It was blocked, not just with a small barricade, but with several trucks, official-looking vehicles with flashing lights, and what looked like police. A man in uniform waved us to stop before we got too close. "What's going on?" I asked as Francisco rolled down his window. The officer leaned in. "Roads closed. There was a landslide after the rain yesterday. You'll need to take the detour." He pointed to a dirt road that veered off to the right into denser woods than I remembered seeing in this area. Francisco's knuckles whitened as he gripped the steering wheel. "How long is the detour?" "About an hour extra. It'll bring you around and into San Mateo from the south side." I checked my watch. It was already 4:30 p.m. The sun would set around 7 this time of year. "We should be fine," I said, trying to be reassuring. "We'll still make it before dark." Francisco nodded reluctantly and turned onto the dirt road. That's when I first noticed how unusually quiet he'd become. "Did you know about the road closure?" I asked, remembering the morning phone call. He hesitated. "My cousin mentioned there might be problems with the road." "Why didn't you say anything?" "I didn't think it would actually be closed," he said, but his voice had an edge I rarely heard. "My cousin also said, 'Never mind, it doesn't matter.'" "What?" I pressed. Francisco sighed. "He said there's been talk in the village about things happening in these woods." I laughed. "What things? Bears? Coyotes?" "Brujeria," he said quietly, using the Spanish word for witchcraft. I rolled my eyes. Francisco's family was traditional, and I'd heard plenty of their superstitions over the years. Tales of ghosts, witches, and creatures that roamed the night. The Nagual stories particularly freaked me out as a kid, shapeshifters who could turn into animals. But as an adult, I found it all rather quaint. "Seriously, Francisco? Witchcraft? It's 2023. "I know how it sounds," he muttered. "Forget I mentioned it." The kids were absorbed in their tablets in the back seat, oblivious to our conversation. The dirt road narrowed as we continued, forest closing in on both sides. The trees here were different, older, gnarled, with branches that seemed to reach toward the car like bony fingers. I usually love forests, but something about these woods felt unwelcoming. An hour passed, and the road seemed to get worse rather than better. Potholes appeared more frequently, and Francisco had to slow to a crawl in some sections. The sunlight was beginning to fade, filtering through the trees in reddish-orange beams. We should have been getting closer to San Mateo, but all I saw were more trees. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" I asked. "This is the only road," Francisco replied, tension evident in his voice. "It has to lead somewhere." Another 30 minutes passed. The kids were getting restless, asking when we'd arrive. The sun was now clearly setting, and the forest had taken on that eerie quality that comes with dusk. Not quite dark, but shadows deepening, shapes becoming indistinct. That's when it happened. We rounded a bend, and suddenly there was a thump. The car jolted as if we'd hit something solid. Miguel and Lucia screamed in surprise. "What was that?" I gasped, gripping the dashboard. Francisco braked hard, bringing the car to a stop. "I don't know. I think we hit something." "An animal?" I asked, peering through the windshield but seeing nothing. Francisco unbuckled his seatbelt. "I need to check. Maybe it's injured." "Be careful," I said, suddenly feeling uneasy. The forest seemed to press in around us, the silence absolute except for the ticking of the cooling engine. Francisco took a flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped out. I watched as the beam of light swept across the road behind us. He disappeared from view for a moment, and I unbuckled, about to follow him when he suddenly reappeared, moving quickly. His face was ashen when he got back in the car. "What is it? What did we hit?" I asked. He started the engine with shaking hands. "We need to go. Now." "Francisco, what?" "Now, Viviana," he shouted, shifting into drive and accelerating faster than was safe on the rough road. The children began crying in the back seat, sensing the tension. I turned to comfort them, telling them everything was okay, even though I could tell by my husband's face that it wasn't. "Francisco, you're scaring the kids. What did you see back there?" He was breathing hard, repeatedly checking the rearview mirror. "I don't know exactly. It looked like a calf or small bull, but wrong, all wrong." "Wrong how?" He shook his head. "It was bleeding black blood, and its eyes," he swallowed hard. "They were open, but not like a normal animal's. They were human-like, aware." I felt a chill run down my spine, despite the warm night. Was it alive? No, at least I don't think so. But something else was moving in the trees nearby, something big. That's when we first heard it, a sound that didn't belong in any forest I've ever visited. A high-pitched shriek that started low and rose to a pitch that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't a bird. It wasn't a mammal. It was something else entirely. The kids went silent in terror. Even the crickets and night insects seemed to stop their chorus. "What was that?" I whispered, but Francisco just shook his head, pressing harder on the accelerator. The road became even worse, the car bouncing and jolting over rocks and holes. Francisco was driving too fast for the conditions, but I didn't tell him to slow down. Something in me knew we needed to get away from there as quickly as possible. The shriek came again, closer this time, and then I heard something else, a rhythmic sound like heavy footfalls, keeping pace with our car. Something was running alongside us in the forest. "Francisco," I said, my voice barely audible. "I hear it," he responded grimly. I looked out my window and saw nothing but darkness between the trees. Then Francisco flipped on the high beams, and the forest was suddenly illuminated in harsh white light. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was a bull, as Francisco had suggested. It was huge, muscular, with the general shape of a bull. But as it ran parallel to our car, just visible through gaps in the trees, I realized how wrong it was. It was too big, massive, really, standing taller at the shoulder than our SUV. Its hide wasn't the brown or black of normal cattle, but a deep, matte black that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And its movements were wrong, too fluid, too purposeful. Then it turned its head toward us, and I saw its eyes. They glowed red, not with reflected light like a normal animal's eyes, but with their own internal fire. They were intelligent, calculating, and filled with rage. But worst of all was its face. While its body resembled a bull, its face had features that were almost human, distorted, stretched over an animal skull, but human enough to make my stomach turn. And it was smiling. I swear to God, that thing had a smirk on its face as it kept pace with our speeding vehicle. "Francisco," I gasped, "do you see that?" His face was a mask of terror. "Don't look at it. Just don't look." But I couldn't tear my eyes away. The creature matched our speed effortlessly, running through underbrush and between trees that should have slowed it down but didn't seem to hinder it at all. Then it veered closer to the road. "It's coming," I warned, my voice rising in panic. Francisco swerved to avoid a massive pothole, and the car fishtailed slightly on the loose gravel. The kids were crying now, sensing our fear even though they couldn't see what was happening. "Cover your eyes," I told them. "Just close your eyes and cover them with your hands." The creature burst from the tree line directly beside us, now fully visible in the headlights. It was even more horrifying in full view. Its horns weren't the normal curved horns of a bull, but twisted spires that jutted forward like spears. Its mouth was too wide, lined with teeth that no herbivore should possess. It lowered its head and rammed into the side of our car. The impact was tremendous. Metal crumpled, and the car skidded sideways. Francisco fought the wheel, but the creature struck again, this time hitting the rear quarter panel. We spun, tires losing traction on the dirt road. I screamed as we careened toward the trees. Francisco managed to straighten us momentarily, but the creature was relentless. It charged again, this time striking the driver's side door directly. The car left the road. We were airborne for a split second before the front end crashed into a tree. The airbags deployed with a bang and a cloud of dust. My head snapped forward, then back against the headrest. Pain exploded behind my eyes. Through the ringing in my ears, I heard the children crying and Francisco groaning beside me. The headlights were still working, shining uselessly into the forest. The engine made a clicking sound as it died. "Kids," I called, my voice sounding strange and distant. "Are you okay?" "Mommy," Lucia sobbed, "I want to go home." "I know, baby," I said, trying to sound calm despite the terror gripping my heart. "We will. Are you hurt?" Both kids were okay, scared but secure in their car seats. Francisco was conscious but dazed, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. "Francisco," I whispered, reaching for him. "We need to—" A shadow fell across the shattered windshield. The creature was there, standing directly in front of our crashed vehicle. In the headlights, I could see every horrific detail of its unnatural form. It was breathing heavily, steam rising from its nostrils in the cool night air. It lowered its massive head to peer into the car, those burning red eyes fixing first on Francisco, then moving to me. I felt paralyzed, unable to move or even breathe as it stared at me with an intelligence that no animal should possess. Its mouth opened slightly, revealing those terrible teeth, and the corners pulled back in what I can only describe as a smile. A knowing, vengeful smile. It knew exactly what it was doing. This wasn't some mindless animal attack. This was deliberate, personal. I don't know how long we stayed locked in that stare. Time seemed to stop. Then the creature raised its head, let out another of those bone-chilling shrieks, and slammed its front hooves down on the hood of our car. The metal buckled, and the headlights went out, plunging us into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. The screen lit up, casting a pale blue glow inside the car. I could hear the creature circling us, its hooves crunching on the forest floor, its breathing heavy and rhythmic. "What do we do?" I whispered to Francisco, who was now more alert, one arm stretched back protectively toward the children. "Don't move," he said quietly. "Don't make a sound." We sat in terrified silence, listening to the creature as it paced around our trapped vehicle. Occasionally, it would bump against the car, rocking it slightly, testing for weaknesses. The kids were miraculously quiet, too scared even to cry. Just when I thought we might be trapped there all night, headlights appeared on the road. Not one set, but several, approaching fast from the direction we'd been heading. The creature let out another shriek, this one sounding almost like a curse. I heard its hooves pounding the earth as it retreated into the forest. The vehicles, 3 pickup trucks, pulled up near our crashed car. Men with flashlights and shotguns jumped out, calling Francisco's name. "Here!" he shouted back, relief flooding his voice. "We're here!" It was his uncles and cousins. Somehow they'd known we were in trouble. They quickly helped us out of the wrecked car, checking us for injuries. Apart from cuts, bruises, and Francisco's gash, we were remarkably unharmed. "How did you know?" I asked his Uncle Ramon as he helped me sit in one of the trucks, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders. "Francisco's father got worried when you didn't arrive," he explained. "When we heard about the road closure, we knew you must have taken this back road. No one uses this road anymore, especially not after dark." His eyes darted to the forest, where the men were now forming a perimeter, shotguns ready. "What was that thing?" I asked, my voice breaking. "What did we hit?" Ramon's face grew solemn. "Not now, Viviana. We need to get you all to safety first. They abandoned our car, promising to come back for it in daylight. The drive to San Mateo took only 15 minutes. We had been so close to safety. At Francisco's parents' house, his mother treated our injuries while his father spoke in hushed tones with the men who had rescued us. The kids were given hot chocolate and eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. It wasn't until the next morning that they told us the truth. "What you encountered," Francisco's father said gravely, "was a nagual." Despite my modern skepticism, I felt a chill at the word. The shapeshifters of Mexican folklore, brujos who could transform into animals. "That's impossible," I said, but my voice lacked conviction after what I'd seen. "The one you hit with your car," he continued, ignoring my protest, "was young, a child, and the one that attacked you was its parent." Francisco looked pale. "How do you know what we hit?" "Because the nagual has lived near San Mateo for generations. Usually they leave us alone if we leave them alone. But you took that road, the forbidden road that passes too close to where they dwell." "Why didn't you warn me?" Francisco demanded, anger mixing with fear in his voice. His father looked ashamed. "I tried. I called you this morning when I heard about the road closure. I told your cousin to warn you not to come through the back way." I remembered the morning phone call, Francisco's distraction, his mention of brujeria that I'd dismissed so easily. "If we had known," I began, but trailed off. "What would we have done differently? Stayed in the city? Taken another route? Could any of this possibly be real?" We left San Mateo that afternoon, borrowing Francisco's parents' car since ours was destroyed. Francisco's relatives had retrieved our luggage and what they could salvage, but they refused to tell us what happened to the wreck itself. As we drove through the town square on our way out, I saw an old man sitting on a bench watching us. Beside him stood a young boy with his leg in a cast, leaning on crutches. There was nothing overtly unusual about them. except for the way they stared at our car with such intensity. As we passed, the boy looked directly at me, and I felt my blood freeze. His eyes, just for a moment, flashed with that same red glow I'd seen in the creature. The old man placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, and they both smiled, the same knowing smirk I'd seen on the creature's distorted face. Francisco saw them too. Without a word, he accelerated, and we left San Mateo behind. We've never spoken about that night to anyone until now. Who would believe us? We told the insurance company we hit a deer and crashed. We've made excuses to Francisco's family about why we haven't visited since. But I know what I saw. I know what chased us through those woods and what stared at me with those burning red eyes. It wasn't just an animal. It wasn't just a man. It was something else entirely. Something that has existed in the shadows of those mountains for generations. Something that will continue to exist long after we're gone. If you're traveling in rural Mexico, stick to the cities. Take the main roads. And if a detour takes you down a lonely dirt road through the forest as the sun is setting, turn around, go back, find another way. Because some things in this world don't forgive, and they don't forget. I still get chills when I think about what happened to me back in 2003. I was 16, working at McDonald's in this small town outside of Pittsburgh. My parents were pretty strict about me having a job, said it would build character or whatever. But the only shift that worked with my school schedule was the opening shift. That meant getting up at 4 a.m. to be at work by 4:45. Looking back, I should have found another job. But when you're 16, you don't have many options, especially without a car. McDonald's was walking distance from my house, and the manager was cool with my school schedule. Plus, the money wasn't bad for a high school kid. That particular morning in November was colder than usual. I remember because I had to scrape frost off my dad's windshield when he dropped me off on his way to his own job. It was that kind of cold that gets into your bones, you know. The kind where the air hurts your lungs when you breathe. The parking lot was completely empty except for two other cars, my manager Mike's beat-up Civic and Hector's truck. Hector was our maintenance guy, probably in his 50s, always quiet but nice enough. The first hour of opening shift was always the same routine. Mike would count the register from the night before, Hector would clean the lobby and bathrooms, and I'd prep the kitchen, turning on the fryers, setting up the grill, restocking the freezer from the main storage. It was boring, mindless work, but that's partly why I didn't mind it. I could just zone out with my thoughts while my hands did their thing. That morning was completely normal at first. The darkness outside the windows made the restaurant feel like a little bubble of light. You couldn't see much beyond the parking lot where the lights reached. Beyond that was just pitch black, fields and trees and the highway in the distance. Around 5:30, Mike told me he needed to use the bathroom. Carlos, keep an eye on things. Hector's outside checking the dumpster area. Not that there was much to keep an eye on. We wouldn't get our first customer until at least 6, usually some trucker or factory worker grabbing breakfast. With nothing else to do, I decided to check the lobby. Make sure all the tables were clean, napkins stocked, that kind of thing. The lobby was separated from the kitchen by a half wall with the registers on top. As I walked out front, I immediately felt something was off. I can't explain it better than that. Like when you walk into a room and know someone's been there, even though you don't see them. I glanced around the empty lobby, then looked out toward the parking lot. That's when I saw it. Just at the edge of the parking lot, where our property met the field next door, there was a fence. One of those chain-link fences about 6 feet tall, and standing right by it was what looked like a man. Except it wasn't quite right. At first, I thought it was just someone in dark clothes. But as I stared, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I realized something was seriously wrong. This figure was completely black. Not black like someone wearing black clothes, black like a hole in the world. It was tall, maybe 6'5" or more, and just standing there, perfectly still. My first thought was that it was Hector, checking something by the fence, but Hector is short, maybe 5'6", and stocky. This thing was tall and thin, and completely, unnaturally still. I moved closer to the window to get a better look, thinking maybe it was a trick of the light. As I got closer, this feeling started in my chest, like someone was slowly pressing down on my sternum. The closer I got to the window, the stronger the pressure became. It wasn't painful exactly, more like heavy, like something was trying to push me back. The figure didn't move. It didn't seem to have any features I could make out. No face, no clothing details, just this black silhouette that seemed to absorb the light around it. The parking lot lights should have illuminated it at least a little, but they didn't. It was like looking at a person-shaped hole in reality. I must have been staring for maybe 20-30 seconds, but it felt like minutes. The pressure in my chest kept building until I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Then I heard the bathroom door open and Mike's voice calling out, "Carlos, you doing all right out there?" I turned to respond just for a second, and when I looked back, it was gone. Just gone. Not like it had walked away or moved. There was nowhere it could have gone that quickly without me seeing it move. It had simply vanished. "Yeah," I called back, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Just checking the lobby." Mike came out and started talking about the breakfast rush, but I barely heard him. I kept looking back at that spot by the fence, half expecting the figure to reappear. But there was nothing there, just the empty fence with the field beyond it. I tried to shake it off and get back to work, but that feeling in my chest lingered. Not the pressure exactly, but a hollow feeling where the pressure had been, like something had reached inside me and then pulled away, leaving an emptiness behind. The morning rush started around 6:30, and I was grateful for the distraction. Flipping burgers, dropping fries, assembling Egg McMuffins, the routine helped me push what I'd seen to the back of my mind. But every time I had a moment to breathe, my eyes would drift to that window, to that spot by the fence. At one point, Hector came in from outside, stamping his feet against the cold. "Man, it's freezing out there," he said, rubbing his hands together. It was the most I'd ever heard him say at once. "Hey, Hector," I said, trying to sound casual. "Did you see anyone by the fence earlier, when you were checking the dumpsters?" He looked at me strangely. "No, nobody there. Why?" "Just thought I saw someone, that's all." He shrugged. "Maybe someone cutting through the field. Happens sometimes." But I knew it wasn't just someone cutting through. People don't disappear into thin air, and they don't look like that, like a piece of the night that decided to stand up and take human form. The rest of my shift passed in a blur. I kept checking the window whenever I could, but the figure never returned. By the time my shift ended at 1 p.m., the bright daylight had chased away some of my fear, but not the memory of what I'd seen. I didn't tell anyone else about it that day. What would I say? "Hey, I saw a shadow person by the fence?" They'd think I was crazy or that I'd fallen asleep standing up, but I knew what I saw. And more than that, I knew what I felt, that pressure, that wrongness. When I got home, I immediately went to our family computer and started searching online. This was 2003, so Google was around, but the internet wasn't what it is now. Still, I found some forums where people discussed paranormal experiences. I spent hours reading accounts of shadow people, black figures, entities that appeared and disappeared. Some of the stories matched parts of what I'd experienced. People described seeing human-shaped shadows that seemed to watch them. They talked about feeling dread or pressure or cold. But none of the accounts quite captured what I'd seen, that complete absence of light, that sense of looking at something that shouldn't exist in our world. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure standing by the fence. I kept imagining it at my window, watching me. When I finally did fall asleep, I dreamed of running through an empty McDonald's while something tall and dark chased me, the pressure in my chest growing until I couldn't breathe. I had to work the next morning, and I seriously considered calling in sick. But I needed the money, and part of me wanted to prove to myself that I wasn't afraid, that what I'd seen was just my imagination or a trick of the light. I arrived at work the same as always, but everything felt different. The darkness outside seemed deeper somehow, more threatening. I kept my eyes down as I walked from my dad's car to the building, afraid of what I might see if I looked toward the fence. Nothing happened that morning, or the next, or the one after that. No black figure by the fence, no pressure in my chest. After a week had passed, I started to think maybe I had imagined it after all. Maybe I'd been more tired than I realized, or maybe it was some weird reflection in the window. But deep down, I knew better. I knew what I'd seen was real, even if I couldn't explain it. I worked at that McDonald's for another year until I graduated high school, always opening shift. I never saw the figure again, but I never forgot it either. Sometimes, especially in winter when the mornings were dark and cold, I'd feel that same heaviness in my chest when I looked toward the fence. Just for a moment, just a hint of that pressure, like something out there remembered me too. It's been almost 20 years now. I've told a few people about what happened, close friends, my wife, but most just smile politely or suggest I was half asleep. I get it. I wouldn't believe it either if someone told me. But here's the thing that still haunts me. About 5 years after that morning, I was back in my hometown visiting my parents. Out of curiosity, I drove by the old McDonald's. It had been renovated, the parking lot expanded, and the fence, that chain-link fence where I'd seen the figure, was gone, replaced by a taller, solid wooden one. I asked around and found out that a few months after I graduated, the night shift manager had quit suddenly. Wouldn't say why, just refused to work there anymore. Then 2 more employees quit within a week. The official story was that they found better jobs, but the local rumor was that something had scared them badly enough to walk away from steady paychecks. I don't know what that thing by the fence was. A ghost, a demon, some kind of entity that exists just at the edge of our reality. I can't say. All I know is what I saw and what I felt. That pressure in my chest, that sense of wrongness, that feeling of being seen by something that shouldn't be there. Sometimes, even now, I'll wake up in the middle of the night with that same heaviness in my chest. And for just a second, before I fully wake up, I could swear I see a tall, dark figure standing in the corner of my bedroom, watching me. But by the time I turn on the light, it's gone, leaving nothing behind but that empty feeling where the pressure used to be. I still don't eat at McDonald's. I still get goosebumps talking about this, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened about 3 years ago when I was 19, during my summer break from NAU. I'd gone back to the res to stay with my mom in Tuba City. If you've never been to the Navajo Nation in Arizona, it's beautiful but isolated. Endless skies, red rock formations, and miles between houses in some parts. My mom's place is one of those standard government houses, small, rectangular, with thin walls. Not much to look at, but it's home. That summer was crazy hot, even for Arizona standards. The kind of heat that makes the air shimmer above the pavement and turns car steering wheels into branding irons. One Friday night, my sister-in-law Mary suggested we take a drive to cool off. Her son, my 10-year-old nephew Kevin, was staying at my mom's too, but he was wiped out from playing basketball all day in the sun, so we left him sleeping. Mom had gone to Flagstaff for the weekend to visit my aunt, who was in the hospital, so it was just us at the house. Mary and I cruised around in her beat-up Chevy, windows down, music playing. We drove past the high school, through some back roads, and eventually headed out toward the more remote parts of the reservation. The sun had set, but there was still that deep blue twilight hanging around, turning everything into silhouettes. "Let's go down by the wash," Mary suggested, referring to a dried-up riverbed where teenagers often hang out. I was hesitant. It was getting dark and those roads aren't exactly maintained, but Mary insisted it would be fine. We took this dirt road that gets real narrow, with juniper trees pressing in from both sides. Their branches scraped against the car like fingernails. I remember feeling uneasy as we got further from the main road, like something was off. Mary must have felt it too, because she suddenly turned the car around, saying, "Actually, let's head back. I'm getting hungry." On the drive home, I kept glancing in the side mirror. The darkness behind us seemed deeper somehow, more alive. I didn't see anything specific. Just had this crawling sensation between my shoulder blades, like we were being watched. Or worse, followed. When we got back to the house around 11:30, everything seemed normal. The porch light was on. Kevin was still asleep in front of the TV in the living room. I carried him to the bedroom we were sharing, a small room with faded blue paint and a single window facing the back of the property. There's nothing out there but scrubby desert plants and an old shed about 50 yards away. I tucked Kevin onto his sleeping mat on the floor. He insisted on sleeping there rather than sharing the twin bed with me, and got myself ready for bed. I was exhausted but wound up at the same time, so I scrolled through my phone until my eyes got heavy, finally falling asleep around 1 a.m. I woke up suddenly, completely alert the way you do when something's wrong. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. The room was pitch black except for a sliver of moonlight coming through a gap in the curtains. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Long, deliberate sounds right outside my window, not like a tree branch. There weren't any trees that close to the house. This was intentional, rhythmic, like someone or something dragging their nails across the glass and aluminum siding. I froze, not even breathing. The scratching stopped for maybe 10 seconds, then started again. Scratch, scratch, long pause, scratch. It was taunting, almost playful, like whatever was out there knew I was awake and listening. "Kevin," I whispered, reaching down to shake his shoulder. "Kevin, wake up." He mumbled something and rolled over, still deep in sleep. I shook him harder, but he just pulled his blanket over his head. Kids, man, they could sleep through an apocalypse. The scratching changed then, faster, more urgent. It moved from the window to the wall, circling around to where the head of my bed was positioned. I could hear it traveling, following the inside layout of the room perfectly, like it knew exactly where I was lying. I wanted to scream for Mary, but her room was on the other side of the house. and something told me that making noise would make things worse. Instead, I pulled the blanket up to my eyes, my heart pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. Here's the weird part. I had no urge whatsoever to look out that window. None. Usually, in scary situations, there's this morbid curiosity, right? That stupid impulse that makes people in horror movies go investigate the strange noise. I didn't have that at all. Every cell in my body was screaming, "Don't look." The scratching continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was almost worse. Tense, expectant. I lay there, barely breathing, straining to hear any movement outside. Then came a soft thump against the window, like something pressing its weight against the glass. I heard what sounded like breathing, not human breathing, but something raspier, wetter. The hair on my arms stood up, and I broke out in a cold sweat despite the summer heat. I don't know how long I laid there, rigid with fear. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the curtains, and Kevin was tugging on my arm, asking for breakfast. In the harsh light of morning, I felt stupid about being so scared. I checked outside the window and saw nothing, no footprints, no scratches on the glass or siding. When Mary got up, I casually mentioned hearing some strange noises in the night. She got this look on her face, not frightened exactly, but guarded. "Probably just a stray dog or coyote," she said quickly. "They come around sometimes looking for food." But her eyes wouldn't meet mine, and she changed the subject immediately. When I brought it up again at breakfast, she shushed me and glanced meaningfully at Kevin, like we shouldn't discuss it in front of him. Later that day, I checked in with our closest neighbor, Mr. Bigay, an older man who lived about a quarter-mile down the road. I asked if he'd heard anything unusual last night, or if there had been animals around. His reaction was similar to Mary's, but more intense. He stiffened, looked around like someone might be listening, and said, "Some things we don't talk about, especially not in daylight." Then he basically shooed me off his porch. I tried to dismiss the whole thing, chalking it up to an animal or my imagination, but I couldn't shake the uneasiness. For the rest of my stay, I slept in the living room on the couch, telling Mom it was because Kevin kicked in his sleep. About a month later, I was back at NAU for fall semester, sitting in my Native American Studies class. Professor Wilson was discussing traditional Navajo beliefs and mentioned the concept of chindi, the evil part of a person that remains after death. Then, almost as an aside, he brought up skinwalkers. In Navajo tradition, he explained, skinwalkers, or Yi-Naldlushi, are evil medicine men or witches who can transform into animals, usually wolves, coyotes, bears, or owls. They're believed to use this power to travel quickly across the reservation at night, spying on people or causing harm. I felt the blood drain from my face as he continued. According to legend, they sometimes follow people home, especially at night. They're known to scratch at windows and walls, mimicking animals or even the voices of loved ones to lure people outside. My hands started shaking so badly, I had to put my pen down. "The most dangerous thing," the professor said, lowering his voice dramatically, "is making eye contact with a skinwalker. It's believed they can steal your essence or possess your body if you look directly at them. This is why many traditional Navajo will tell you never to look outside if you hear unusual noises at night." The realization hit me like a truck. That's why I had felt so strongly about not looking out the window. Some deep, instinctual part of me, the Navajo part that remembered the old stories, even if my conscious mind didn't, had known what was out there. After class, I called my mom with shaking hands. When I started to ask about that night, she cut me off immediately. "We don't speak of such things," she said firmly. "Naming them gives them power. Questioning draws their attention." "But Mom, no, listen to me. There are things in this world that exist in the spaces between what we understand. Your grandmother would say you were protected that night. Let that be enough." It wasn't enough. I pestered her until she finally sighed and said, "You and Mary shouldn't have been driving around the reservation after dark, especially not near the wash. That place has history. Bad things happened there long ago." When I asked what kind of bad things, she refused to elaborate. "Just be grateful you're safe," she said, "and don't go looking for explanations you might not want to find." I've done research since then, probably more than I should have. I've learned that skinwalkers are believed to be humans who've broken tribal taboos and gained supernatural powers through terrible ceremonial acts. They're said to wear the skins of animals to transform, moving with impossible speed across the desert at night. Some stories say they can read minds or create illness just by looking at you. Others claim they scatter a yellow powder near homes, corpse powder made from the remains of the dead. I don't know what was outside my window that night. I don't know if it followed Mary and me home from our drive, waiting for its chance to make contact. I don't know why it seemed to know exactly where I was lying in bed, or why it didn't try to get to Kevin. What I do know is this: something was there. Something that knew I was awake and listening, something that wanted me to look outside, and some ancient wisdom in my blood kept me from doing so. I haven't been back to my mom's house at night since then. When I visit, I make sure to leave before sunset. Mary never speaks about that night, and when I've tried to bring it up, she quickly makes the sign against evil and changes the subject. My nephew Kevin doesn't remember anything unusual from that summer visit. But a few months ago, when I was video chatting with him, he mentioned having bad dreams about the scratchy man who wants to be let in. My blood ran cold when he described a tall figure that stands outside his window at night, scraping with long fingernails, whispering his name. I told him never, ever to look outside if he hears scratching, never to answer if something calls his name from the darkness, and never to speak about it too much, especially after the sun goes down, because some things gain power when we acknowledge them. Some things are waiting for an invitation, and sometimes not looking is the only thing that keeps them on their side of the glass. I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3:17 a.m., my heart racing, convinced I can hear faint scratching at my window, even though I live on the 3rd floor of my apartment building now. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone at dusk, I catch glimpses of something loping alongside the road in my peripheral vision, keeping pace with my car no matter how fast I drive. But I never turn to look directly at it. Never. I still don't sleep with the windows open, not even on the hottest nights in summer. I'm 28 now, but I can't shake what happened when I was 12. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the terror in Jacob's eyes, the way his hands shook for weeks afterward, and I know it was real. We were dirt poor back then. My mom and I lived in this beat-up trailer on someone else's property deep in the Santa Cruz Mountains. I'm talking middle-of-nowhere type isolation. The closest neighbor was almost 2 miles down this winding dirt road, and we didn't have a car most of the time. Our setup was weird. We had this trailer with no electricity that we slept in, And then about 30 feet away was this single room with power where we could cook, watch TV, whatever. The property owner had built this 7-foot fence around both structures, supposedly to keep his mean-ass dog from bothering us, but that dog got through whenever it wanted anyway. The weekend it happened, my mom had picked up an extra cleaning shift, and she let me have Jacob stay over. This was a big deal because we rarely had anyone visit. The isolation and the shabby living conditions made me embarrassed to bring friends over. But Jacob was my best friend, and he never judged us for being poor. We were in the single room playing video games on this tiny 13-inch TV I'd rescued from someone's trash. Nothing fancy, just some old PlayStation games. But we were having a blast. Mom had left us with chips and soda, and we were planning to stay up all night like we always talked about, but never actually managed to do. It must have been around 2 a.m. when we first heard it. This weird rumbling sound coming from the woods behind the building. It was like someone was dragging something heavy through the underbrush, scraping and shuffling. We turned down the volume on the TV and listened. "What is that?" Jacob whispered, his controller forgotten in his lap. "Probably just a raccoon or something," I said, trying to sound casual, but the hairs on my arms were standing up. Whatever was making that noise was way too big to be a raccoon. The sound continued for maybe 5 minutes, getting closer, then fading away. We eventually shrugged it off and went back to our game, but I couldn't focus anymore. Something about that sound felt wrong. Around 3 a.m., Jacob needed to use the bathroom, which meant going to the trailer since the single room didn't have one. I paused the game when he got up. "Want me to come with you?" I asked. It was pitch black outside, and we only had one flashlight. "Nah, I'm good. Back in 5, he said, grabbing the flashlight from the table. I watched through the window as the beam bobbed toward the trailer. 10 minutes passed, then 15. I was starting to get worried when I heard footsteps on the wooden steps outside our door. I got up to open it, thinking Jacob had forgotten to knock or something. When I pulled the door open, Jacob was just standing there in the doorway. He didn't come in. He just stood there, staring at me with this blank expression I'd never seen on his face before. The flashlight hung limply at his side, pointing at the ground. "Dude, you okay?" I asked, feeling immediately uneasy. Something was off about him. In the dim light spilling from the room, his face looked waxy, almost gray. He didn't answer. He just kept staring. "Jacob," I said, reaching out to nudge his shoulder so I could move past him. "You're letting in bugs, man." When my hand touched his shoulder, I yanked it back immediately. He was ice cold, not just cool from being outside, but freezing cold, like he'd been standing in a freezer. And his skin felt wrong, kind of stiff. A chill ran down my spine, and I pushed him aside harder than I meant to. He moved stiffly, still staring at me with that empty expression. I ran past him toward the trailer to find the real Jacob. As I sprinted across the yard, I glanced back and saw the Jacob thing just standing there, watching me. It hadn't moved to follow me yet, but as I reached the trailer door, I could see it slowly starting to walk in my direction. I burst into the trailer, not bothering to knock. "Jacob," I called out, my voice cracking. The trailer was dark, but I could make out the bathroom door at the end of the narrow hallway. It was closed, with light seeping out from underneath. "Jacob, are you in there?" I called, pounding on the bathroom door. "Yeah, just a minute," Jacob's voice called back from inside the bathroom. My blood ran cold. If Jacob was in here, then who or what was outside? I heard footsteps on the trailer steps and turned to see the figure that looked like Jacob standing in the doorway. It didn't come inside. It just stood there in the threshold, staring at me with those blank eyes. The flashlight was still in its hand. I backed up against the bathroom door, my heart hammering in my chest. "Mom!" I screamed, hoping she'd somehow come home early. "Mom!" My mom's bedroom door flew open, and she appeared looking groggy and confused. Wait, she wasn't supposed to be home. She must have come back early and gone to bed without checking on us. "What the hell are you yelling about?" she demanded, squinting in the darkness. I pointed toward the door, but when I looked back, there was nothing there. The Jacob thing was gone. I thought I saw... I couldn't get the words out. The bathroom door opened behind me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. The real Jacob stood there, looking confused. "What's going on?" he asked, glancing between me and my mom. "You were just outside," I said, my voice shaking. "Or something that looked like you was." Jacob frowned. "What?" "No, I've been in the bathroom this whole time." My mom sighed, assuming we were playing some dumb prank. "It's too late for this nonsense. Go back to the room and go to sleep soon." She shuffled back to her bedroom, closing the door behind her. Jacob and I looked at each other, both confused and scared. "I swear something was out there that looked just like you," I whispered as we stepped outside the trailer. The yard was empty now, no sign of whatever I'd seen. "I believe you," Jacob said quietly. I felt weird in the bathroom, like someone was watching me. We hurried back to the room, constantly looking over our shoulders. Once inside, we locked the door and pushed a chair against it for good measure. "Maybe it was just a shadow or something," Jacob suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. We tried to go back to playing our game, but neither of us could focus. Every sound from outside made us jump. About 20 minutes later, we heard the property owner's dog barking frantically somewhere behind our building. The barking got more intense, then turned into this terrible whimpering sound before stopping altogether. We heard the dog run away, its collar jingling as it disappeared into the night. "What was that about?" Jacob whispered. Before I could answer, we heard it. A slow, deliberate scratching at the wall directly behind us, like fingernails dragging across the wooden siding. It moved slowly around the perimeter of the room, wall by wall. Jacob and I scooted to the center of the room, our backs pressed together as we watched the walls. The scratching continued, circling us, until it reached the door. The doorknob rattled. "We need to get help," Jacob said, his voice barely audible. "We should go wake your mom again." "I don't want to go out there," I admitted, ashamed of how scared I was. Jacob took a deep breath. "I'll go. Your mom knows me. I'll explain what's happening." Before I could stop him, he'd moved the chair and unlocked the door. He peeked outside, looking both ways, then stepped out, closing the door behind him. I counted the seconds, then minutes. 5 minutes passed. 10. The scratching had stopped, but now the silence felt even worse. Suddenly the door flew open, and Jacob stumbled in, white as a sheet. He slammed the door shut and dragged the chair back in place, adding a small table for good measure. "What happened?" I asked, rushing to help him barricade the door. Jacob was shaking uncontrollably. "I saw your mom," he said. "So? Did you tell her what's happening?" He shook his head violently. "No, you don't understand. I saw your mom standing by the fence." "Okay, and?" "She was on the wrong side of the fence." His voice cracked. "She was just standing there, staring at nothing. When she saw me, Her face changed. She smiled at me, but it wasn't right. Her mouth stretched too wide, and her eyes, they were all wrong." My stomach dropped. "That's impossible. My mom's in the trailer." "I know," Jacob whispered. "That's why I ran back." We looked at each other, the horrible realization sinking in. Something out there could look like us, like Jacob. like my mom, and it was trying to get us to come outside. For the next several hours, we huddled in that room, jumping at every sound. The scratching started again, moving methodically around the building. Sometimes it would stop for a few minutes, only to resume in a different spot. Around 4 a.m., we heard my mom's voice outside the door. "Boys, what are you doing awake? Open the door." It sounded exactly like her, but we knew it couldn't be her. The real scratching continued on the other side of the room, while the thing with my mom's voice called to us from the door. "What's wrong?" it asked when we didn't answer. "Why won't you open the door?" Jacob and I stayed silent, clutching each other's arms so tight we left bruises. "Go to sleep," the voice said, the tone shifting slightly, becoming less natural. "Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep." It repeated the phrase over and over, sometimes sounding like my mom, sometimes like something trying and failing to mimic her. The longest night of my life finally ended when daylight began to filter through the single window. The scratching had stopped about an hour earlier, and the voice had fallen silent too. At around 7 a.m. we heard my mom, the real mom, calling for us from outside, but after everything that had happened, we weren't taking any chances. "Prove it's really you," I shouted through the door. "What are you talking about? Open this door right now." She sounded genuinely confused and irritated, exactly like the real her. "Tell me something only you would know," I insisted. She sighed loudly. "Your full name is Thomas Wyatt Morgan. You were born during a blackout, and you've got a birthmark shaped like Florida on your left hip. Now open this damn door before I get really mad." That was good enough for me, but we still couldn't bring ourselves to open the door. We were too terrified of what might be waiting outside. My mom eventually got the property owner involved, and he had to remove the entire door from its hinges to get us out. We tried to explain what happened, but of course they didn't believe us. My mom thought we'd watched a scary movie and let our imaginations run wild. The property owner suggested it was probably just a homeless person wandering around, or maybe a bear. But a bear doesn't mimic people's voices. A homeless person doesn't feel ice cold to the touch, and neither of them can make themselves look exactly like someone else. Jacob refused to ever come back to our place after that night. His parents thought we'd had some kind of fight, but the truth was, neither of us could stand the thought of being in those woods again after dark. We moved away a few months later when my mom found a better job closer to town. I never went back to that property, and as far as I know, no one ever figured out what happened that night. To this day, Jacob and I don't talk about it much, but I know it affected him as deeply as it did me. He sleeps with all the lights on in his apartment. I keep all my windows locked, even in summer. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was out there that night is still in those mountains, waiting for someone else to wander too far from town, watching, mimicking, trying to lure people out into the dark. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and catch a glimpse of movement from the corner of my eye, I can't help but wonder, what would have happened if we'd opened that door? I've never shared this before, but I can't keep it inside any longer. I'm still struggling to make sense of what happened on the reservation last spring, and honestly, I don't know if I ever will. Some things just don't fit into the neat boxes of explanation that we're taught to use in the modern world. I grew up in a traditional Navajo family, raised with our ceremonies and spiritual practices. My grandfather was a medicine man, and my uncle followed in his footsteps. I straddled two worlds, attending university off the reservation, but always returning home for important ceremonies and family gatherings. I respected our traditions, even if some of my friends who'd moved away had left those beliefs behind. My friend Thomas called me on a Tuesday morning. His voice sounded hollow, drained. He told me his cousin Michael had died suddenly during the night. Heart attack, they thought, though he was only 42 and in decent health. I drove 3 hours from Flagstaff back to the reservation to be with him and his family. At the gathering after the funeral, Thomas pulled me aside. His eyes were rimmed red from crying, but there was something else there. Fear. He told me this was the third death in his family in just 3 weeks. First, his Uncle Joe had died in a car accident on a clear day on a straight stretch of road he'd driven thousands of times. Then another cousin, Sarah, had been found dead in her home from what appeared to be a severe allergic reaction, though she had no known allergies. 3 deaths in 3 weeks. My skin prickled. I was raised traditionally enough to recognize patterns, to understand when something isn't right. This wasn't normal, not even for a large, extended family. Thomas must have seen it in my face because he nodded slowly. "You think it too, don't you?" he whispered. "Something's wrong. Something's happening to us." I didn't want to say the words. Speaking of certain things can give them power, but we both knew. This had the marks of bad medicine, witchcraft. I'm not talking about the Hollywood version with pointy hats and broomsticks. I'm talking about the dark practices some people turn to out of jealousy, hatred, or greed. Practices most traditional Navajo avoid discussing openly. "Have you spoken to any of the medicine people?" I asked. Thomas shook his head. "My parents don't want to encourage superstition. They say it's just a terrible coincidence." I didn't push it. Some families on the res have adopted more mainstream views, especially if they converted to Christianity. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was targeting Thomas's family. A week later, Thomas called again. His voice shook as he told me his sister, Erin's husband, David, had died. That made 4 deaths in a month, all in the same family. I drove back immediately. When I arrived at Thomas's house, his sister Erin was there. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, her eyes vacant, hands trembling as she clutched a cup of coffee. When she saw me, something sparked in her eyes, recognition that I might understand what others dismissed. After some gentle prompting, she started talking. 3 nights before David died, she'd woken up around 3 a.m. to their dogs going crazy outside. David had gotten up to check, and she'd followed him to the window. What she described next made my blood run cold. "There was something out there by the woodpile," she said, her voice barely audible. "At first I thought it was a bear, but it was wrong. It stood almost like a human, and its face—" She swallowed hard. "Its face wasn't an animal face. It was like a person's face, but stretched, distorted. The eyes caught the porch light and glowed red." David had grabbed his shotgun and gone outside despite Erin begging him not to. He'd followed the creature to the edge of their property, where it had done something impossible. Scaled a sheer cliff face in seconds, moving like nothing natural. David had been shaken but tried to rationalize it. "Maybe a bear with mange," he'd said. The weird face was just shadows playing tricks, but Erin knew better, and so did I. 3 nights later, they'd heard scratching at the walls of their house. David went to investigate again. Erin had fallen asleep waiting for him to return. In the morning, she found the back door open. David gone. They found his body that afternoon at the bottom of the same cliff the creature had climbed. The medical examiner ruled it a homicide due to the trauma to his head that didn't match a fall. As Erin finished her story, Thomas's parents walked in. They'd overheard enough to know what we were discussing, and Thomas's father looked angry. "We're not going down that road," he said firmly. "This is a tragic time. And we need to support each other, not start spreading talk of that nonsense. But I could see the fear behind his eyes, too. 4 deaths wasn't coincidence anymore. It was a pattern that even the most skeptical person would find hard to ignore. After Thomas's parents left, I suggested something I knew might cause trouble. "You should talk to my uncle. He's a medicine man. He might be able to help." Thomas looked at Erin, who nodded immediately. "Please," she whispered. "I don't care what anyone says anymore. I'm scared for all of us." That evening, I took Thomas and Erin to my uncle's home, a traditional hogan set back from the main road, surrounded by junipers. I hadn't called ahead. For matters like this, you don't use phones. You show up and ask respectfully for help. My uncle was in his 70s but stood straight as a pine. His face was deeply lined, weathered by decades under the reservation sun. His eyes missed nothing. When he saw the 3 of us approach, he nodded once, as if he'd been expecting us. We sat inside as the sun set, and my uncle listened without interruption as Thomas and Erin detailed the deaths in their family. I watched my uncle's face grow more grave with each part of the story. When Erin described the creature she'd seen, he closed his eyes briefly. "Your family has been targeted," he said simply when they finished. "Someone is practicing dark ways against you." He asked questions about family disputes, business rivalries, romantic relationships gone bad, anything that might point to who held enough hatred to do this. Thomas and Erin mentioned a few possibilities: a land dispute with a distant relative, a business partner who felt cheated, an ex-girlfriend of their brother who had made vague threats. My uncle lit a small bundle of herbs, and the sweet, earthy smoke filled the hogan. He sang softly, his voice rising and falling in the ancient patterns I remembered from childhood ceremonies. Then he grew still, his eyes focused on something none of us could see. "Someone has used the strongest curse," he finally said. "They have taken a goat's bladder and filled it with items connected to your family. I see hair, small fragments of bone, a snake fang, and a photograph, a family picture taken at a celebration. This has been nailed to a tree that was struck by lightning, a place where power gathers. As the bladder decays, terrible things will happen to your family. When it falls, another will die." Erin started crying silently. Thomas reached for her hand. "Can you help us?" I asked my uncle. He nodded slowly. "I can try, but we must find this thing and properly dispose of it. The one who did this knows the old ways but uses them wrongly. Such things always return to their sender eventually, but not before causing great harm." My uncle gave them each small medicine bundles to carry for protection and instructed them on prayers to say each morning and evening. Then he said we needed to find the cursed tree before the next new moon, just 4 days away. The next morning, we set out at dawn. My uncle had performed ceremonies through the night and said he had been shown where to look. We drove to the far edge of Thomas's family's traditional grazing land, a remote area where the juniper forest gave way to red rock formations. We hiked for almost 2 hours, my uncle leading with certainty, despite having no obvious trail to follow. When he stopped, we all felt it, a wrongness in the air. About 50 yards ahead stood a lightning-blasted pine, its trunk split and blackened. Even from a distance, I could see something dark affixed to its northern side. "Stay back," my uncle warned. He approached the tree alone, singing softly, sprinkling corn pollen from a small leather pouch. The rest of us waited, the air unnaturally still around us. No birds called, no insects buzzed. It was as if all living things avoided this place. Through my phone's camera zoom, I could see what was nailed to the tree, a shriveled dark object about the size of a softball, crusted with what looked like dried blood and other substances I couldn't identify. My uncle circled the tree 4 times, then carefully removed the object without touching it directly, using eagle feathers to lift it into a clay bowl he had brought. He covered it immediately with more herbs and corn pollen, then wrapped the whole thing in a white cloth. Only then did he return to us. "It is as I saw," he said grimly. "Whoever did this has knowledge they should not have, power they have no right to use." "What happens now?" Thomas asked, his voice shaking. "We will destroy this properly, with the right ceremonies. The danger to your family will end." My uncle looked at each of us in turn. "But understand this, the energy someone sends out returns to them. Whoever did this acted from jealousy. They will face their own darkness now." On the way back, my uncle explained more about what we were dealing with. He told us that in Navajo tradition, speaking of the dead by name can call their spirit back when they should be continuing their journey. That's why we refer to the deceased as one who was, rather than using their names. He said mirrors should be covered after a death so the spirit doesn't become trapped or confused. Burning the clothes of the deceased helps release their spirit from attachments to the physical world. The person who did this, my uncle said, used these same understandings but twisted them to harm rather than help. They bound the spirits of your family members to prevent them from completing their journey, using their energy to fuel more death. That night, my uncle performed a healing ceremony for Thomas's family. Nearly 30 relatives attended, even those who had been skeptical before. The ceremony lasted until dawn, with prayers, songs, and ritual cleansings. As the sun rose, my uncle carefully burnt the dark object in a specially prepared fire, chanting prayers I couldn't understand. The smoke that rose was thick and oily, nothing like the clean smoke of ceremonial herbs. It twisted in unnatural shapes before dissipating. It's been 6 months now. No more deaths have occurred in Thomas's family. Erin has moved away from the reservation. She says she can't stay in the house where David died. Thomas's parents don't talk about what happened, but they've become more observant of the traditional ways, even attending ceremonies they previously dismissed. As for who was behind it all, we never found out for certain. But about a month after the ceremony, Thomas's cousin, the one involved in the land dispute, was found unconscious in his home. He survived, but the doctors were mystified by his condition. He remains in a care facility, unable to speak, his eyes open but seeing nothing. My uncle says nothing about this, but I sometimes catch him looking west toward where that man's house stands empty, his gaze knowing and sad. I still don't know how to process everything that happened. I move between worlds, the university with its rational explanations and the traditional ways that recognize forces modern science doesn't have names for. But I know what I saw, what I felt. Some things can't be explained away, and some powers shouldn't be tampered with. The most terrifying part isn't the creature Erin saw or even the dark magic that was used. It's knowing that someone walked among us with that much hatred in their heart, willing to destroy an entire family out of jealousy. That's the darkness that sometimes keeps me awake at night. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about what happened at my grandfather's cabin last month. It's taken me weeks to even consider writing this down, but my therapist says it might help. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can explain what I saw. I don't know. For context, I'm 19, and I barely knew my grandfather growing up. He was this shadowy figure my mom rarely talked about, a Vietnam vet who lived alone in northern Michigan. The few times I met him as a kid, he was quiet, distant. The only real thing I knew about him was something my mom let slip when she was arguing with my dad, that my grandfather had confessed to beating someone to death with a shovel during the war. That always stuck with me. Last month, I got this letter out of nowhere. My grandfather was dying and wanted to see me. No explanation, just a note with directions to his cabin and a request to visit before time runs out. My mom thought it was a bad idea, but something about it made me feel like I needed to go. Maybe it was guilt or curiosity. I don't know. The drive up to northern Michigan was long and lonely. His place was seriously remote, like 40 minutes from the nearest town on these winding dirt roads that seemed to get narrower with every turn. Cell service disappeared about halfway there. The GPS kept cutting out, so I was basically following his hand-drawn map through dense forest until I finally saw his cabin. It was smaller than I expected. Just this worn wooden structure with a metal roof and a tiny porch. Smoke was coming from the chimney, which was weirdly comforting. I parked my car and just sat there for a minute, trying to prepare myself. What do you even say to a dying grandfather you barely know? When I knocked, it took forever for him to answer. The door finally opened, and there he was, this frail, hunched version of the stern man I vaguely remembered. He'd lost so much weight. His skin was practically hanging off his bones, and his eyes were sunken, but they lit up when he saw me. "James," he said, and his voice cracked a little, "you actually came." The inside of the cabin was surprisingly cozy. One main room with a kitchenette in the corner, a worn couch facing a wood stove, and two doors that I assumed led to bedrooms. The walls were covered with old photographs and what looked like military memorabilia. Everything smelled like pine, coffee, and something medicinal. We had this awkward small talk for a while. He asked about my college plans, and I told him about my computer science major. He didn't really get it, but he nodded like he was genuinely interested. When I asked about his health, he just waved it off. "Cancer's got me. Doctors gave me a month, maybe 2. He said it so matter-of-factly, like he was talking about the weather. Not much to do about it now. I was supposed to stay for the weekend, but after seeing him struggle just to make us coffee, I impulsively decided I'd stay longer. When I told him I could be his caretaker until the end, something shifted in his expression. Relief, maybe, but also this strange uneasiness that I couldn't quite place. "That's real good of you, James," he said, "but this place it's not always what it seems." I figured he was just being cryptic because of the meds or something. He showed me to the second bedroom, which had this brand new queen-sized bed that looked totally out of place in the rustic cabin. "Got this for you," he said. "Wanted you to be comfortable." His own bedroom had this ancient twin bed that sagged in the middle. It looked painful, especially for someone in his condition. That night, after he fell asleep in his recliner, I decided to move him to the nicer bed and take the twin for myself. He barely stirred when I carried him. He couldn't have weighed more than 120 pounds. I tucked him in and took the smaller bed, feeling good about myself for doing something nice. I woke up at dawn to the sound of something heavy dragging across the ground outside. The room was freezing, even though I'd piled on extra blankets. I got up and looked out the small window, but couldn't see anything from that angle. My grandfather was still asleep in the other room, so I quietly slipped outside to investigate. The morning air hit me like a wall of ice. There was this thick fog hanging low over everything, making the pine trees look like they were floating. I followed the dragging sound around to the back of the cabin, and that's when I saw them. Horses. 6 black horses shackled with these massive rusty chains anchored deep into the ground. But these weren't normal horses. Their proportions were all wrong. Legs too long, necks bent at unnatural angles. Their skulls looked sunken, almost collapsed inward in places. When one turned to look at me, I nearly threw up. Its eyes were this vivid, unnatural red, and its mouth was filled with jagged teeth more like a wolf's than a horse's. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. When I got back inside, my grandfather was awake, sitting at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee. "You saw them," he said. It wasn't a question. "What the hell are those things?" My voice came out higher than I intended. He stared down at his coffee for a long time before answering. "They've always been here, even before I built this place. But what are they? They don't look like any horses I've ever seen." He got this nervous look and started fiddling with his wedding ring. I hadn't even known he still wore one. "You don't feed those horses, son, not this time." "What does that even mean?" I pressed. "It means exactly what I said." His tone sharpened. "Now I need to get to town for my medication. You can drive me." The whole way to town, he refused to talk about the horses. He kept changing the subject to normal stuff, asking about my friends, my hobbies, telling me stories about when my mom was little. The town was tiny, just a general store, a pharmacy, and a diner. While he got his prescriptions, I stocked up on groceries, still trying to process what I'd seen. On the drive back, he finally opened up a little. "I invited you here because I wanted to make amends before I go," he said. "Your grandmother always wanted us to have a relationship, but I wasn't right after the war. Couldn't be around people much, especially kids. Mom said you killed someone with a shovel." His face went blank. "There are things you do in war that follow you home, things that change what you are." We pulled up to the cabin, and I immediately knew something was wrong. Even from the front, I could see the horses were agitated, pacing as far as their chains would allow. Around them, scattered on the ground, were these small white shapes that I couldn't make out at first. My grandfather cursed under his breath and was out of the car before I'd fully stopped. I followed him around back and froze. The white shapes were rabbits, dozens of dead white rabbits with their throats torn out. The horses were making these deep guttural sounds I've never heard any animal make. It was like they were laughing. "Get inside," my grandfather ordered. His frailty seemed to vanish as he straightened up, suddenly looking like the soldier he must have been decades ago. "Lock the doors." Once inside, he started pulling shutters closed and checking locks. "We need to call someone," I said, reaching for my phone, even though I knew there was no signal. "The worst thing we can do right now is try to escape," he said, his voice eerily calm. "They want us to run. They've always wanted us to run." "Who? What are you talking about?" He looked at me with this intense sadness. "I should never have brought you here. I was selfish. I thought maybe it would be different this time, with you in the big bed." A loud snap from outside cut him off. The sound echoed through the cabin like a gunshot. My grandfather went pale. It broke its chain. Before I could react, I saw him reach for something behind the wood stove, a crowbar. I didn't even have time to ask what he was doing before he swung it at my head. I remember thinking how strange it was that my own grandfather would do this, and then everything went black. I woke up to the worst pain I've ever felt, my head throbbing like it was going to split open. I was lying in something warm and sticky, blood, my blood. The cabin was freezing and completely silent, except for this weird whistling sound. When I managed to sit up, I saw why. The entire back wall of the cabin was gone. Not broken. Gone. Like something massive had smashed through it, taking most of the structure with it. Snow was blowing in through the gaping hole, covering everything in a thin layer of white that was quickly turning pink from my blood. My grandfather was nowhere to be seen. Neither were the horses. Their chains were still there, anchored in the ground, but the shackles at the ends were broken, the metal twisted and bent like it had been pulled apart by something impossibly strong. I staggered around what was left of the cabin, calling for my grandfather, but found nothing. No body, no blood besides my own, no signs of a struggle, just destruction. The only personal items I could find were his pipe, still warm, sitting on what remained of the kitchen table, and a small golden cross that had fallen under the couch. I don't remember much about the drive home. I was concussed and losing blood. Somehow, I made it to a hospital where they stitched up my head. I told them I'd fallen and hit my head on a rock, because what else could I say? A week later, when I was more coherent, I asked a delivery guy I'd befriended if he could check on the cabin, see if there was any sign of my grandfather. He called me back sounding confused, saying there was nothing at those coordinates but an old burned foundation. According to county records, the cabin had burned down 8 years ago. No one had rebuilt on that land. But I have his pipe, I have the cross, I have the scar on my head and the nightmares that won't stop. I've talked to therapists, a priest, even a paranormal investigator I found online. No one has answers. All I know is that my grandfather wanted to make amends before he died, and now he's gone. And sometimes when I'm half asleep, I swear I can hear the sound of heavy hooves circling my apartment building. I keep the curtains closed at night now. I don't want to know if those red eyes are looking up at my window. I still don't understand what he meant about the beds or why he attacked me. Maybe he was trying to protect me somehow. The only clue I have is what he said right before hitting me. They want us to run. I don't know what those horses were, or if they were even horses at all. I don't know where my grandfather is or if he's still alive. All I know is that I was there. Those things were real, and whatever happened in that cabin is something I'll never be able to explain. I've been putting off writing about this for 17 years. I'm not even sure why I'm doing it now, except maybe I need to get it out of my system once and for all. What happened to me in the Appalachian Mountains back in 2006 still gives me nightmares. I've tried therapy, medication, even hypnosis, but nothing helps. The memories are burned into my brain. I was 22 at the time, living in a small town in Pennsylvania. My buddy Mike had moved to North Carolina to attend Appalachian State University, and he'd been begging me to come visit. I was between jobs and needed a break, so I decided to drive down for a week. Mike had always been the outdoorsy type, and he promised we'd do some hiking in the mountains. I was actually looking forward to it. I'd done plenty of day hikes back home and considered myself in decent shape. I arrived on a Thursday afternoon after a long drive. Mike was sharing a house off campus with 3 other guys, Tyler, Brandon, and Jared. They seemed cool, and we hit it off right away. That night we had what you might call a proper college welcome. Beer pong, shots, the works. I'm not going to lie, I went pretty hard. We stayed up until nearly 4 a.m. The plan was to leave for a 4-day backpacking trip the next day. Mike had mapped out a route through some remote sections of the Pisgah National Forest. When I woke up around noon with a pounding headache, I seriously considered backing out. But everyone else was already packing up, excited for the trip, and I didn't want to be the party pooper. I chugged some water, took some Advil, and started gathering my gear. We left Mike's place around 2 p.m. I borrowed some equipment from him, since I hadn't brought much from Pennsylvania. The drive to the trailhead took about an hour and a half. The whole time, my stomach was doing flips from the hangover. Not the best start to a multi-day hiking trip. We hit the trail around 4 p.m. Looking back, that was our first mistake. Starting a serious hike that late in the day is just asking for trouble. But we were young and stupid, and nobody seemed concerned. From the moment we started hiking, I knew I was in trouble. The elevation was kicking my ass. Within the first mile, I was already breathing hard and falling behind. Pennsylvania has some hills, sure, but nothing like the Appalachians in North Carolina. Plus, the hangover wasn't helping. The other guys were practically jogging up the trail while I was struggling to put one foot in front of the other. After about 2 hours of hiking, the gap between me and the group had widened considerably. Mike noticed and dropped back to check on me. He looked concerned. "You okay, man? You're looking pretty rough." I was embarrassed. I considered myself a decent hiker, but here I was, barely able to keep up. "Just tired from the drive and last night," I muttered. "I'll be fine." Mike glanced ahead. The others were already rounding a bend in the trail, almost out of sight. "Look, the campsite is about 3 more miles up. We need to make it before dark. Can you push through?" I nodded, though honestly I wasn't sure. My legs felt like lead, and my head was still pounding. But my pride wouldn't let me quit. We continued on with Mike staying back with me. The trail got steeper, winding through dense forest. The late afternoon sun was filtering through the trees, creating long shadows. It was beautiful, but I was too exhausted to appreciate it. After another mile of painful climbing, I had to stop. I literally couldn't take another step. I found a fallen log alongside the trail and collapsed onto it. "I just need 5 minutes," I gasped, trying to catch my breath. "Just a quick break." Mike looked worried. He checked his watch. "It's getting late, man. The others are probably at the campsite already, setting up. We need to keep moving." "Just 5 minutes," I repeated, closing my eyes. "I just need to rest my eyes for a sec." That's the last thing I remember clearly. When I opened my eyes again, it was pitch black, complete darkness. For a moment, I had no idea where I was. Then it all came rushing back, the hike, falling behind, sitting down to rest. "Mike?" I called out. No answer. "Mike?" Nothing but the sounds of the forest at night. I fumbled for my backpack and found my headlamp. When I switched it on, it barely produced a dim glow. The batteries were nearly dead. I must have forgotten to change them before the trip. It had enough juice for the emergency moonlight mode, just enough light to see a few feet ahead of me, but not much more. I checked my watch. 11:42 p.m. I'd been asleep for hours, but something wasn't right. The date on my watch read October 12th, not October 11th. That couldn't be right. My watch must have gotten messed up somehow. Panic started to set in. Where was Mike? Had he just left me here? That didn't seem like him at all. Maybe he'd gone to get help, or maybe he thought I'd decided to head back to the trailhead on my own. I stood up, my muscles stiff and cold. The temperature had dropped significantly. I was only wearing a light jacket, and I could see my breath in the dim glow of my headlamp. I decided my best bet was to continue up the trail and try to find the campsite. They couldn't be that far ahead. I shouldered my backpack and started walking, scanning the path ahead with my weak headlamp. As I hiked, I called out periodically, "Mike! Tyler! Anyone!" But my voice just seemed to get swallowed by the darkness. After what felt like at least 2 hours of hiking, I should have reached the campsite, but there was no sign of it. No tents, no campfire, nothing. I was completely lost. The trail had become increasingly difficult to follow in the dark. Several times I had to backtrack after realizing I'd wandered off the path. My headlamp was growing dimmer by the minute, and I was shivering uncontrollably. I tried to stay calm, remembering everything I knew about wilderness survival. The most important thing was to not panic and to conserve energy. I found a somewhat sheltered spot under a large tree and huddled there, wrapping my arms around myself for warmth. I decided to wait until daylight, when I could see better and have a better chance of finding my way. But as I sat there in the dark, every sound in the forest seemed amplified. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart race. I'd never felt so alone in my life. After what seemed like an eternity, I decided I couldn't just sit there freezing. I needed to keep moving, both to stay warm and to try to find help. I got up and continued along what I thought was the trail. After hiking for maybe another hour, I came to a clearing on a ridge. From there, I could see lights in the distance, a town or city, I assumed. It was the first sign of civilization I'd seen, and it gave me hope. If I could make it down to those lights, I'd find help. I was about to start descending toward the lights when I heard something behind me, up at the top of the ridge. A sound that's hard to describe, like something between a whistle and a hiss. "Hello?" I called out, hoping it was one of my friends. "Mike? Is that you guys?" There was silence for a moment, then a response, but it wasn't any voice I recognized. It was a sound that started as a low, guttural growl and rose into something like a human voice, but wrong. All wrong. Like someone trying to mimic human speech but not quite getting it right. My blood ran cold. Whatever made that sound, it wasn't human, and it wasn't any animal I'd ever heard before. But I was desperate, exhausted, and not thinking clearly. A part of me wondered if it might be another hiker, someone who could help me. So I started climbing back up the ridge, toward the sound. About halfway up, I saw movement in the darkness ahead of me. A figure was moving down the slope toward me. At first, I thought it was a person, but as it got closer, I realized it was moving all wrong, not walking upright like a human, but in a strange, jerky, loping gait. In a moment of panic-induced clarity, I remembered my headlamp had an emergency turbo mode that could produce a bright flash of light for a few seconds before dying completely. I pressed and held the button, and for one brief, terrible moment, the ridge was illuminated in bright light. What I saw in that flash of light will haunt me until the day I die. The creature was about 15 feet away from me. It was roughly man-sized but hunched over, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in all the wrong places. Its skin was a mottled gray-white, like something that had never seen the sun. But its face, God, its face, was what made me scream. It had a face like a possum, but grotesquely enlarged, almost the size of a human head, with a long snout filled with needle-like teeth and small black eyes that reflected my headlamp's light like little mirrors. I screamed and turned to run down the slope, away from that thing. In my panic, I wasn't watching where I was going. My foot caught on a root or rock, and I went down hard. I felt a searing pain in my neck as I tumbled down the steep hillside, coming to rest against a tree. The pain was excruciating. I couldn't move my head without feeling like someone was driving a knife into my spine. But the fear was stronger than the pain. I could hear it coming down the slope after me, that strange, shuffling gait getting closer. I tried to get up, but the pain was too intense. Black spots danced in my vision, and I think I passed out for a moment. When I came to, I was lying face down on the forest floor. I couldn't hear the creature anymore, but I wasn't taking any chances. With painstaking slowness, fighting through the pain, I managed to get to my feet. I couldn't turn my head at all. I had to move my entire body to look in a different direction. My headlamp was gone, lost in the fall. The only light came from the distant city lights and the moon overhead. I started making my way down the slope toward those lights. Every step was agony, but the alternative, staying in those woods with that thing, was unthinkable. I kept going, one painful step at a time. I don't know how long I walked. Time seemed to blur. The pain in my neck had spread to my shoulders and back. I was crying, not making any attempt to be quiet anymore. I just wanted out of those woods. Suddenly, I heard voices, human voices. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness ahead of me. "Here! I'm here!" I tried to shout, but it came out as more of a croak. The beams swung toward me, and I heard someone yell, "I found him! Over here!" It was Mike's voice. Never in my life had I been so happy to hear anyone. They reached me, Mike, Tyler, Brandon, and Jared. They looked terrified and exhausted. "Jesus Christ, man, we've been looking for you all night," Mike said, grabbing my shoulders. I winced in pain, and he immediately let go. "What happened to you?" Tyler asked, shining his flashlight on me. "You're bleeding." I tried to explain about falling asleep on the log, waking up alone, getting lost, seeing the creature. It all came out in a jumbled mess. I was shaking so hard I could barely speak. "Wait, slow down," Mike said. "I didn't leave you alone. You fell asleep and I couldn't wake you up. I tried for like 10 minutes. I thought maybe you were sick from the hangover or something. So I ran to get the others to help carry you to camp. But when we came back, you were gone. That didn't make sense to me." "How long was I asleep?" "Maybe 20 minutes at most," Mike said. "We came right back, but you'd vanished. We've been searching for you for hours." None of it added up. According to my watch, I'd been out there for over 24 hours. But they were saying it had only been a few hours. And what about the creature? "Did you see anything out there?" I asked. "While you were looking for me?" They exchanged glances, and there was something in their eyes that made my blood run cold. "There was something following us," Brandon said quietly. "We kept hearing it, but it stayed just out of sight of our flashlights. It sounded like it was, I don't know, calling to us," Jared added. "Like it was trying to mimic our voices." They helped me back to their campsite, which was less than a mile away. The whole time, I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that creature emerging from the darkness. But it never did. At the campsite, they checked my injury as best they could. My neck was badly swollen, and I couldn't move it without extreme pain. They decided we needed to cut the trip short and get me to a hospital. We left at first light the next morning. Nobody had slept much that night. We kept the fire burning bright, and 2 people stayed awake on watch at all times. Several times during the night, we heard those strange, whistling, hissing sounds from the darkness beyond our camp, but nothing ever came into the light. The hike back to the trailhead was a blur of pain for me. At the hospital, they diagnosed me with a severe neck sprain and possible minor fracture. They did X-rays and CT scans, but everything looked structurally intact, as the doctor put it. They gave me a neck brace, pain meds, and told me to take it easy for a few weeks. None of us talked much about what happened in those woods. It was as if by not discussing it, we could pretend it never happened. I drove back to Pennsylvania 2 days later, earlier than planned. I haven't been back to North Carolina since. The strangest part of the whole thing, though, is that Mike still goes back to those same woods, alone. He never talks about it, but I know he does it. When I asked him why once over the phone, there was a long silence before he answered. "I don't know," he said finally. "I just feel like I need to. Like, Something's calling me back. We don't talk much anymore, and I still don't have any explanation for what happened that night. The missing time, the creature, any of it. All I know is that there's something in those mountains that shouldn't exist, something that still haunts my dreams. And sometimes, on cold nights when the wind sounds a certain way, I swear I can hear that whistle hiss sound, like it followed me all the way back to Pennsylvania, just waiting for me to close my eyes. I've never shared this before, not fully anyway. I've mentioned bits and pieces to family or close friends, but they either don't believe me or tell me I'm being superstitious. It happened about 5 years ago, but I still think about it almost every day. I grew up on the res, in one of those towns that's so small, most maps don't even bother labeling it. We had one gas station, one grocery store, and 2 bars. I worked at the Rusty Nail, the older of the 2 bars. It wasn't much, just a long wooden counter, some stools with torn leather seats, a few tables, and a jukebox that only worked when it felt like it. I'd been a heavy drinker since I was 16. By 23, I was drinking daily and had gotten into harder stuff too. Pills, mostly. Whatever I could get my hands on. My mom had passed the year before, and I guess I was trying to numb myself. After waking up in the hospital from an overdose, I decided to get clean. Took me 3 attempts before it stuck. By the time this happened, I'd been sober for about 8 months. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Why keep working at a bar? Truth is, jobs weren't exactly plentiful on the res, and I needed the money. I figured I could handle it until I found something else. Most nights, it wasn't too hard. Seeing people sloppy drunk actually helped remind me why I quit. It was a Tuesday in November, cold enough that I could see my breath in the parking lot when I arrived for my shift. We weren't expecting many customers. Weeknights were usually dead, especially when the temperature dropped. There were only 4 people in the place when I got there at 6 p.m. Old Joe, who practically lived at the end of the bar, a couple I didn't recognize who were probably just passing through, and my buddy Robbie. Robbie and I went way back. We'd been in the same grade at school, though he'd dropped out in 11th grade. He worked construction jobs when he could get them, but spent most evenings at the Nail. He wasn't a mean drunk or anything, just liked to talk more than he should, and occasionally tried to fight the jukebox when it ate his quarters. "Danny boy," Robbie called out when I walked in. "Get me another, will ya?" I nodded, dropping my jacket behind the counter and relieving Marie, the day bartender who looked exhausted. It was just past 8 p.m. when it happened. I remember checking my watch because I was thinking about the basketball game that would be starting soon, wondering if I should turn the TV on. The door opened and a blast of cold air swept through the room. I glanced up and saw a man I'd never seen before. Nothing too unusual about that. We got travelers passing through sometimes, but something about this guy made the hair on my arms stand up immediately. He wasn't particularly tall, maybe 5'10", with dark hair cut short. He wore a plain black button-up shirt and jeans. Normal enough clothes, but they seemed too clean, too perfect for someone who'd just been walking around in our dusty town. His face was what really got to me, though. It wasn't that he looked threatening. He didn't. He had an ordinary face, the kind you'd forget 5 minutes after seeing it. But his eyes, they were so dark they seemed like empty spaces, and they didn't blink enough. As soon as he stepped in, the light seemed to dim a little. I'm not being dramatic. They actually flickered and dimmed, like we were having a power surge. The jukebox, which had been playing some Merle Haggard song, skipped and switched to something slower I didn't recognize. Old Joe, who never noticed anything, actually turned and stared. The stranger walked straight to the bar, moving in this weird, smooth way, like his feet weren't quite touching the ground. When he reached the counter, he smiled at me. It was the kind of smile that shows too many teeth. "Whiskey neat," he said. His voice was deep but soft, like he was telling a secret. I poured his drink, trying not to show how uneasy I felt. My hands were trembling slightly, and I nearly overpoured. When I set the glass down, he didn't reach for it right away. Instead, he just looked at me, head tilted slightly. "Thank you, Daniel," he said. I froze. I wasn't wearing a name tag. I'd never seen this man before in my life. "How did you—" "Small town," he said, smiling again. "Word gets around." He paid with a crisp $20 bill that felt weirdly warm when I took it. Then he picked up his whiskey and moved to a table in the corner. That's when I noticed he was carrying something, a deck of cards, not in a box, just loose cards, held carefully in his left hand. For the next hour, I tried to focus on my job, but I kept finding my eyes drawn to that corner. The stranger didn't drink much of his whiskey, just took tiny sips every now and then. Mostly, he shuffled those cards over and over. The sound carried across the room somehow, even with the jukebox playing. Shuffle, shuffle, cut, shuffle. His fingers moved so fast they almost blurred. Around 9:30, Robbie wandered over to the stranger's table. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but soon Robbie sat down across from him. The stranger began laying cards face up on the table. I couldn't see what cards they were from where I stood, but Robbie's face showed surprise, then laughter, then a kind of stunned look. Within 20 minutes, all 6 people who were now in the bar had gathered around the stranger's table. Everyone except me and old Joe, who had fallen asleep at the bar. People were laughing, gasping, pointing at the cards. The stranger kept his voice low, so I only caught snippets. "Exactly what you were thinking? The second week of December. That's when. She still has the necklace you gave her." At one point, the couple who'd been there when I arrived got up to leave, and the woman was wiping tears from her eyes, saying, "How could he possibly know that? We never told anyone about Montana." Around 10:15, Robbie came back to the bar, eyes wide with excitement. "Danny, you gotta come see this," he said, his words slightly slurred. "This guy, he's something else. He knew about my dad's watch, the one I lost when we went fishing at Crescent Lake when we were kids. Remember that? He knew exactly where it is. Said I could find it if I went back there." "That's just a good guess," I said, trying to sound casual. "Everyone knows we used to fish there." No, it's not just that," Robbie insisted. "He knows things, man, real things. He told Jenny about her miscarriage before she even told her boyfriend. Knew exactly when Mike's truck would break down next week. He's reading fortunes or something." I glanced over at the stranger, who was now dealing cards to Mike, one of the regulars who worked at the lumber yard. The stranger looked up at that exact moment and locked eyes with me. He smiled and nodded slightly, like we shared a secret. "He asked about you," Robbie continued. "Wants to do a reading for you, too. Says he's got something special to tell you." My grandmother's voice suddenly echoed in my head. She'd been very traditional, very connected to our ways. "Never accept gifts from strangers who come at night," she used to say, "especially ones who know your name before you've given it. Nothing comes without a price." "I don't think that's a good idea," I told Robbie. "Why not? Don't tell me you believe in all that old superstitious crap. It's just for fun." "It's not about superstition," I said, though it partly was. In our culture, we respect the spiritual world. We don't mess around with things we don't understand. Robbie rolled his eyes. You sound like my grandpa. It's just card tricks, man. If it's just card tricks, why are you so excited about him knowing things he shouldn't? That made Robbie pause, but only for a second. Whatever, man. Your loss. He headed back to the table. For the next 2 hours, the stranger held court at that table. People came and went, but there was always someone sitting across from him, watching as he laid out cards and told them things about their lives. Some left looking excited, others disturbed, a few looking downright scared. The whole time, I felt like there was a heavy weight pressing on my chest. The air in the bar felt thick, hard to breathe. The lights continued to flicker occasionally. The jukebox kept playing songs I'd never heard before, even though I knew every CD in that machine by heart. At exactly midnight, I remember checking my watch again. The stranger gathered his cards, stood up, and walked to the bar. Everyone who'd been hanging around him seemed suddenly tired, like they'd crashed after being high. A few were slumped in their chairs, staring into space. He placed his empty whiskey glass on the counter. I hadn't seen him get a refill, but the glass was empty. You didn't want to know your fortune, he said. It wasn't a question. No, sir, I replied, adding the sir without thinking. Something about him demanded respect, even as every instinct told me to run. Wise choice, perhaps. He slid another 20 across the bar, even though his drink had only cost $5. Keep the change, Daniel, for your restraint. I didn't want to touch the money, but I took it anyway. It still felt unnaturally warm. You'll be leaving the Rusty Nail soon, he said. A better opportunity will present itself in February. Take it. Before I could respond, he turned and walked out. That same smooth, gliding movement. As soon as the door closed behind him, the lights brightened. The jukebox switched to Hank Williams, and everyone in the bar seemed to wake up from whatever trance they'd been in. The rest of the night was normal. People laughed, drank, complained about the cold. No one mentioned the stranger again, which struck me as odd. It was like they'd all forgotten him as soon as he left. I quit the Rusty Nail in February, just like he said I would. Got a job at the tribal office that paid better and didn't involve alcohol. Slowly lost touch with the bar crowd, Robbie included. I moved forward with my life, stayed sober, even started dating again. Then, 2 years later, I ran into Jenny's sister at the grocery store. We got to talking, and she mentioned Jenny had died 6 months earlier, car accident on the highway. Something clicked in my mind, and I asked about Mike from the lumber yard. Oh, he passed too, she said. About a year ago now. Heart attack, they said, though he was only 42. A cold feeling washed over me. I spent the next week making calls, checking the local obituary archives, asking around town. Every single person who'd sat at that table with the stranger was dead. Every one of them. Robbie had died in a head-on collision just 3 months after that night. The couple who'd been crying about Montana. Their car went off a cliff in Colorado. Old Joe, who hadn't even had a reading but had been in the bar that night, was found frozen to death that same winter. All told, 8 people died within a 2-year period. 8 people from a tiny reservation town, all of whom had been in the Rusty Nail that Tuesday night in November. Some might call it coincidence. Small towns have car accidents. People die young on reservations all the time. It's a sad reality. Heart disease, alcoholism, accidents. These are common enough that most people wouldn't connect the dots. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. That wasn't a man who came into the bar that night. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't human. In our stories, The evil ones often come disguised, offering gifts or knowledge. They don't always have a trench coat and tail or deer feet like in some of the old tales. Sometimes they just have eyes that don't blink enough and cards that tell you things they shouldn't know. I think about that night all the time, about how close I came to sitting at that table, about how the only reason I didn't was because of my grandmother's warnings, about how every single person who let that thing read their future is now dead. I don't know why it spared me. Maybe because I refused the reading. Maybe because it needed someone left alive to remember, to fear. Or maybe I just got lucky. All I know is this: be careful who you let tell your fortune. Be wary of strangers who know your name before you've given it. And if you ever meet someone whose smile shows too many teeth and whose eyes don't blink enough, walk away. Some knowledge comes with a price too steep to pay. I still have that $20 bill. I couldn't bring myself to spend it. It sits in my drawer, and sometimes late at night, I swear I can still feel it radiating heat through the wood.